Ladies just got back from doing some tobogganing.
Nice.
This is crazy. We got so much. Can you bump up your stream volume? Much quieter than Jeff. Yes, absolutely. Now, is that because I'm changing stuff? Let's see. All right. What if we go like so? Is that better, Lothar? Or too loud? You gotta tell me what I'm doing right. Dun, dun, dun. Jeff, say something.
Hello, I'm saying something.
See it in the levels. Okay. I think I'm comparable to Jeff now.
So
Jeff's also fighting over the music, so that's pretty good.
this is not going to go well. I didn't upload a new image for the thumbnail for the stream. Now I have to figure out how to change that.
Oh. Oh, the thumbnail. You mean like the banner?
No. So when you look at the stream,
Mm-hmm.
so if you go on YouTube right now and you go to Mythberry TV and you look for the stream, it's going to show a thumbnail.
It's the G1, Lothar.
Why is it saying it's unavailable? It says I'm live, but I can't see it.
I thought this would be instrumental. Okay, that's okay. Hey, thanks, Alex. Softer but better than before. We're getting there. We're getting there. I don't want to like max out my sound card, but it's new, so it might need to be. I don't really know. We're working this out. It's weird nowadays because everything has a volume setting, so you never know if you're going to undermine something. So many things in line. Alex, how you doing, buddy? Good to see you.
And I feel like someone chatted and I didn't see them. I hit join game.
He hit join game. I see it on the server. He's in. He's in the game.
But my stream isn't showing up on YouTube for some reason.
I had that happen a lot. YouTube seems like it gets a little behind on the stream stuff. I don't really know. I found the feedback from the studio side a little difficult at times. Not terribly reliable.
Like when I go, it says the video unavailable.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Ooh, thank you, boy. Hey, wait, can you see my light?
I can see your light. Can you see my light?
Yeah. Oh, and look, they work multiple times.
It's a miracle.
So many crazy things. Well, there's like a setting that you can't do, or it would get. Well, there's a way to set it up, which is similar to the way it's set up in Helldivers 2. Helldivers 2's flashlight is set up where they're using basic replication. You can tell the difference of this if you join a mission halfway through and someone's already turned on their flashlight, because you'll be out of sync with the toggle. But there's a secondary way of doing replication where it's a rep notify, so that it plays a function every time it's updated.
Okay.
And that one would actually keep the sync on track. So and at some point we will have it so that people join mid-match. So it's going to be important to do that sort of thing. So that's where a lot of that back and forth and frustration came from with the replication on the light. Come over here and get my backpack. It does not stick to me yet. I don't know where the backpack goes every time I do that. I have to check the log files. It's in pocket space somewhere else. Work multiple times. Zoe is very upset that someone's home and hasn't said hi to her yet. She'll get there. How's YouTube going?
I mean, it says I'm streaming. Can you check?
Yeah, give me a moment. Keep wanting my coffee to be cool enough. So for anyone that's noticing I'm not actually taking a sip, it's because it's too hot yet. Too hot.
But cheers. Dad mug cheers.
Go.
Clink.
Haha. To you, sir. Mythberry TV. Oh, it looks like you're currently live.
Does it let you see it?
Wouldn't it be funny if we're blocked because we're in Canada from our own videos?
That would be hilarious.
No. It doesn't let me see it, and it says there's a Google Workplace Administrator issue, which I've been getting a lot since I installed my own antivirus and firewalls and stuff. So I don't know if that's just me. Is it showing it at all in the live?
It says it's live.
It shows it's live out here. It might still have a delay on it, so maybe it has to wait before it can catch up. Like it'll go live immediately, but the video won't show up until after the delay's passed.
Fair.
I'm just spitballing here because I don't know. I get the restricted thing a lot though, and I'd be interesting.
I'm gonna just post it. I'm about to put in the chat.
Really? Okay. My stream keeps buffering.
Could someone test that link and let me know if it's working for them?
Where is, let's go to settings, stream.
Oh my god, I am falling. Free falling.
You forgot your backpack.
I did. First order of business.
All right, I'm going to switch to normal latency. See if that helps. Well, maybe I won't. It's already live. I don't know. Let's see.
Okay, so you can see it. That's good to know.
All right. All right.
So the stream's working. Hi, Alex.
Apparently mine's buffering a lot. Unstable. Ooh.
Except my client just closed. Okay. This will be interesting, Sean.
Can you get out of here, quick actions? I don't want to see you. All right, edit layout. Let's get rid of some stuff here. I don't need that. I need to see why.
Okay. So.
Why? Now it's giving me a poor network connection. Darn it! Darn it!
Oh,
boy.
I just like ruined the game, Sean.
What'd you do?
The game. I went to Alt Tab and it crashed.
Oh, there's two backpacks here.
And now I
spawn again.
and now I can fly.
Yes, you're not supposed to enter yet when in this mode. Oh man, Jeff. Don't fly. Don't fly. I'm gonna crash the server now. You've done this. You've done this to yourself.
Is it because there's 2 of me in the game?
No, it's because when you join in the lobby, you will join normally, but when you join in this mode, there's a different process applied.
Oh. Gotcha.
So at the moment, you know what? I bet I need to go through and do a bunch of settings stuff in OBS. Is that what I got to do?
Probably.
Oh man. Yeah, because it's not stable. Maybe.
Streaming is hard, apparently.
Yeah, that's the hardest part now.
Oh, you restarted the server.
Yeah, told you. I don't want you flying around. Not yet. Let's see. Now I've got to get my commands open.
So don't hit the join game button yet.
It won't do anything, so feel free.
Challenge accepted. Found an active game session. It's creating a player session.
It's gonna kick it off. There's definitely not a game session running. It doesn't know what else to say. That's part of the problem. That's why it always looked like it was working and then would kick us back. And we're like, why? It's because it doesn't know how to say anything else. It's supposed to work, so there's no midpoint update.
Got it. So yeah, when I'm looking at the stream from my end, it just looks like a black window. It doesn't look like there's anything going on.
On YouTube?
Yeah. I don't know, Alex, if you're still there, if you see anything different.
YouTube stream is fine according to Lowfire.
Okay. You see a black screen. It shouldn't be a black screen right now.
Maybe I need to stop and start the stream again. Classic IT.
Why is the YouTube stream showing black?
We need to spend a day just streaming and not working on the game at all.
There it is. Now you should see what I want you to see. Now it's showing up.
Okay, I'm gonna try stopping and starting the stream again.
So it is displaying correctly on what I expect people to see. I was just seeing, it was just black, so people were seeing nothing. But my cursor, when it was over top of that window, that's funny.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, so it's because you're out of the match, or out of everything.
Yeah, I changed a setting that seems to have made that work better. Now you don't see my
setting
cursor.
in like YouTube or OBS?
OBS.
Gotcha. All right, start my stream back up.
We're professionals, not in the slightest. It shows.
Zoe, stop. Stop growling at Mom. No, stop growling at Mom. Beans. What happened?
Gotta log in. My lobby is turning to night. It's not even lobby. My menu is turning to night.
Ooh. Fancy pants.
I know, I like it.
My stream is ending.
Also, I think I know why we can't watch the YouTube stream.
Why?
Because we are owners of the channel.
Oh, okay.
And it's probably
Interesting.
smart enough to recognize that.
Enough, though. Okay. Now what would you do? This is still 12. That's still 12, right?
I'm just waiting for the go-ahead to log on in.
I guess maybe I'll just start this too. Give it a shot. Go ahead.
I'm in some form of lobby. Am I allowed to walk around in this lobby? No, it doesn't let me move.
Yeah, you're not supposed to yet.
Okay.
You will one day.
One day.
One day. So,
Dad mugs.
you did the same thing.
Dad
you did
mugs.
the same thing I did. It was really funny.
What's that?
The sign-up process asks for a username and a nickname, and you put the same thing for both.
Oh, I did that on purpose because you told that's you know when I asked, is this going to get deleted at some point? You said yes. I'm like, okay.
Yeah. But at the same time, it makes it funny to test because I did the exact same thing, and so when I go to pull one name over another, I can't tell which one we're looking at half the time, which is hilarious.
I got a backpack and it did something weird there.
Well, then walk away and come back. You'll be fine.
I don't know where my backpack is anymore.
Well, if you can hit tab and your inventory shows up, you're wearing it.
Okay.
It's just that they try to attach to your hip and then they disappear.
Yeah.
Not really sure why yet, but we're getting there.
It attached to my hip and then I slid around the map.
Yeah.
It's a
so
wonderful
that's
thing to
collision.
clip.
It starts to collide with you. You should have seen it when I had it spawn out of the scarecrow that's sitting there.
Fly. I made it on a bigger rock. Okay, so far this is a lot smoother than it's ever been for me.
Awesome. That's a good sign.
I-
That's good. It's probably because Twitch doesn't do anything now. Oh, interesting. Okay. Do some more climbing. Let's see what we got going on.
Get dots. Now I can't climb here. Oh, there we go.
Oh yeah, I left the trace on.
That's okay. At least I know it's trying when I click the button, I know I'm getting a response, and that feels good. Oh, I can grab on while I'm jumping.
Yeah.
It's a perfect example of UI. Where
Here we go. Now my stream says excellent. This feels good. All right.
Oh, ooh,
Honestly,
I
it's
can
probably-
catch myself, Sean. This feels so
Probably
much
like-
better than last time.
Oh, good. Yeah. All right.
I'm falling down the
Where you
side
at?
of a mountain, and I'm
I need to see
going.
you. I need to see you actually climbing.
Go check my
Oof.
stream out. You can't.
Psych.
So
Where'd he go?
I'm up the
Guys,
wall.
just booking it.
Yeah.
Just booking it.
What do
He's
you
out of
think?
here.
What did you think was gonna happen? You made it that I can actually move and climb, and it's working. This is amazing. I feel so empowered to do all the things.
I actually, it was totally unintentional that you couldn't climb before, but I'm really glad that it was such a struggle because it feels like you've got the same excitement I had when I finally got it working, because it was quite the struggle to do that.
Oh, this is just incredible. I want to like rename the stream to "Climbing is Working." Who cares about the rest?
Collision on this is a little weird.
And I'm not like fully legging out as I climb.
Well, that was a big one, right? Because we had some clear communication issues before.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Yeah, I did a climb button. So at the moment, it's set that when you right click, it tries to see if there's a wall in front of you. If there's a wall in front of you, then it'll check on the server if it can climb that wall. And so now it's much more reliable on the feedback loop. Originally, I had set up more of a heuristic check that goes along with movement, so that it was checking to see what your speeds were and things like that, and doing math to determine if you were moving towards something. But the problem was the math was zeroing out the z direction, and so if you're moving up or down, it would give you a very false reading. And so in the climbing component, it's set up that you're supposed to be able to catch the walls and slide if you were to be falling and past the wall. But it was bypassing that by doing the heuristic, because if you were falling past the wall, it wouldn't read very well. So the button, Lothar, seems to be a much better way of going. Specifically for multiplayer.
There's a
on
tower.
Player, it went fine going the other
There's
way.
a tower in the distance. I must go to it.
I'm never going to catch Jeff. I need to see you climb so I can make sure it's replicated right.
Find me at the tower. I'll wait.
Ah, there it is. Tower in the distance. Let's go.
Oh,
I can see him running. Thanks for sticking with me on that one, Lothar. I'm glad the stream's finally coming back a little faster. I think our ability to communicate is a little sluggish now, but the stream's cleaner, so that's nice. Haha, you fell way down there.
I did. At least now you're gonna see if you see me climbing.
That's the plan. Hup! Oh gosh. Oh gosh. All right. There's a little ledge there.
Did you fall down too?
Come on. You a little bit.
Made fun of me. Probably fell down the exact same ledge I did.
No, I went to the left a bit, but it was a bigger gap than I was expecting. I was hoping to get ahead of you.
Hello.
Oh, are you here?
No, but someone new is in the chat.
Ooh.
And my notifications are still tied to Twitch instead of YouTube.
Oh, nice. Yes, 2 zebras makes a unicorn, has said hi. That's my lovely wife, because my wife and I are zebras and our daughter's a unicorn.
I was going to ask where that comes from.
She had, when we were first dating, I forget what the conversation was, because honestly, the response was all that ever mattered. But I said something, and then she looked at me with the most obvious look and just says, 2 zebras make a unicorn. Everyone knows that. Just, like the confidence of it, I was like, apparently that's true. Like, I'm just gonna accept that for now. So it's just we kind of ran with it over the years. And then since we named our daughter Juniper, she's Junicorn, so it kind of comes back around in so many different ways.
I love it. I love it.
Are you near the tower yet? Where are you?
I'm very close to the tower.
Okay. I was hoping to see you running around up here, but I don't. Are you? I mean, there's some pretty sharp edges in the terrain, but are you noticing a little bit more variety in the surface there?
I won't lie. I've had my eyes locked on this tower. It was calling me. I haven't looked at anything but the tower in the distance.
That's reasonable.
Does it have a door? Does it have a door?
No, it doesn't have a door. Do you know how hard doors are? No, I'm just kidding. No door at the moment. Mainly because I decided instead of focusing on that for a couple hours.
It's pitch black inside the tower. I can't see.
Well, use your light.
I did, and it doesn't light up anything. It just exists.
Excellent. It's working great then.
Only one thing left to do.
What, run away from me? Come back.
I was trying to climb the tower.
No, the
And
tower is not climbable. Haha.
I'm gonna climb the rock next to the tower and look in awe of it.
There you go. So you're definitely not climbing. It's not replicating.
What does it? Can you climb? I want to see what it looks like.
Can you see me?
Oh God, that's what it used to look like for me.
But that's what it used to feel like for you as well.
Yeah.
Okay. So
We've got some really good
yeah,
clip moments from the stream already.
based on what I learned with the light, I can see what I need to do differently with the climb. Okay.
Now
Yeah.
more importantly, can I climb you?
The way, so it's a good thing that you weren't able to play last week, because with the way that it was set up for the climbing, because it was, if you pushed forward, it started doing climbing checks. If you walked into somebody, you would start climbing them. You would climb their capsule.
It's funny because I literally was trying to do it, but because it's identifying, I get these weird looking things trying to poke out of you as I try and climb you. Come here to climb.
Yeah. But no green hits. You notice that?
Yeah.
That was the issue the last test you did before we started the stream. Nothing was coming up green. There was nothing to hit.
So if you go in the tower, does the light work for you?
Probably not. Let's see. Nope. Oh. Okay. Yep. There's a problem with the light. That's my bad. I know what's going on.
Okay.
I got it to replicate, so now it's not a good light. So there's things. We're getting there.
So now I'm going to the red tree.
So you like? Oh, okay, red tree. Red tree it is.
POIs make exploring and everything just such joy. And
yeah.
I'm paying more
So
attention
you'll
to the
notice-
terrain now.
You'll notice there's probably a few more POIs.
Well, the tower was
Instead
new.
of yeah, there's a couple of those, and then I didn't replace anything, so I actually just added to it.
What's this tree doing? This is a new tree. It's a curly tree. It's a twisty
You like
tree.
that tree?
I want to climb you. I can't climb you. I'm not allowed to climb the twisty tree.
That is an unclimbable tree. Huh. Yeah, something. I missed something in the collision test. Collision updates.
That's okay.
Well, I added a new collision channel, and then went through and changed it all. But then
New feature.
limp trees. Absolutely.
Happens to the best of us.
That's the best one. Well, that's why we overcorrect with that giant tree over there. Ooh.
Let's go.
And we're down. Good thing we don't have hit points yet. Whee!
I keep wanting to hit control.
For what?
To run.
Hold shift.
It's shift run. No wonder you were so much faster than me.
I told you, Jeff. I'm putting in things you ask for. You wanted to run faster. I'm put it in there.
But it should be control. I
No,
use shift.
control's crouch. C is at the beginning of control. Come on, man. Also, it's up and down. Like, you want to go faster, it's a higher versus down, which is lower. It's just logical. All right, quick, vote in the chat. Control to run or shift to run? Alex says, who uses control to run?
Me.
So, got one vote. I got one vote for my side. Oh, I can't get up there. Why am I? There we go. Found a spot. Where'd you go?
Going to the red tree.
I know, but you're sitting back. I thought you were sat still.
Okay, well if
Absolutely.
you're gonna
We're
use
definitely
shift,
gonna have remapping of keys.
if you're gonna have shift be run, then caps lock should be able to be working, so that it's a sticky.
Why do you want caps lock?
So that I don't have to hold down shift to run.
Oh, you want a toggle option for your run. Lame. Hey, lazy boy.
Yeah,
It's called playing the game.
I want the game to play itself, okay?
You also are gonna have stamina, so you're not gonna want to just turn on run and go.
Um, what if I just max out my stamina? And I'm a marathon runner.
Um, okay, well, that's not gonna help you much, but we'll see how it plays out. We can explore it.
Caps lock to run is chaotic neutral. That's just me in a nutshell. Chaotic neutral. Some walls don't let me climb.
Well, some walls are a little
Oh,
stubborn.
I did the thing. I'm just flying up a wall now.
Ooh.
But I can fix it because I can right click to attach to the wall again. So when I'm spasming
Nice.
up a wall, I can try. It's green, but it's not letting me climb.
Oh, that okay. Yep. I get why before it would have done something different. That makes more sense. So, okay, so I know it. So it's much smoother, which means
Oh, apparently.
I have it replicating well, except that it's not then doing a multicast RPC so that I know you're climbing. That's what I need to set up for the climb.
Multi-class RPC. Glad you know what you're
Multicast.
talking about. That
Yeah.
sounds like some sort of build in D&D to me.
I wish. It's a replication thing. It's cray cray.
Rogue Paladin
Replication's
Cleric
wild.
multi-class? What? RPC?
RPC.
That'd actually be a half decent build.
I mean, a rogue cleric would be. Clerics get some really cool stuff. You could build them into a lot of things.
Do I even move faster when running? I don't.
Yes, you do. Your speed increases by 100.
I think I permanently had my speed increase once I hit it once. I'm walking real fast, and when I hold shift, I just might have an animation.
I wonder if you broke it when you were climbing. That would be pretty clever.
I got my wish, guys. Toggle run.
Toggle run. He made it. He made it toggle.
I don't know how. I did caps lock it. So does the timer actually represent it?
But I'm much faster. Does what?
Does the timer actually map to the sun scale?
Yeah. I mean, it's not going to be at 0 at sunset. It'll be at 0 at, I think it's like 3 a.m., 2 a.m., something like that. So we're going to actually go into night before. Hi.
Hi.
Your method of climbing is quite.
Oh,
funny.
I've climbed on you.
I climbed on you.
And then we just start shaking. Oh, okay. I'm going through this tree. Okay. I am one.
Well, the tree shakes a little bit on a material level. Zoe, please stop.
I'm fine with that.
Which means that the mesh itself is displaced visually, so our characters don't know where they're at. That's a fun thing I'm gonna have to figure out. This tree is probably gonna end up being physically animated more so. Hey, there's another tower on the side of the mountain.
I saw that. I liked it. Just looking over at it.
I don't see your like over there. Is there a plus sign? Thumbs up it?
I don't know. Someone give me a thumbs up in chat.
Said you liked it. Making sure. Up the tree we go.
Is there a house at the top? Or a treasure? A bird
In the
nest?
tree? Not yet.
A bird nest with eggs and a frying pan?
No, the frying pan's down below. It's in the kitchen.
It's in the tower.
It's inside the tower. Once you can look around inside the tower, you'll see it.
Okay. The kitchen is.
Uh-oh.
Did you just fall?
Yep. I missed the branch.
I don't know where I'm climbing now. Okay. I did something.
Where are you? I can't see you.
Good.
Are you climbing the leaves?
I'm just standing now. We're good. I made it.
We're good. I'm upright. It's fine.
Climbing on something again. I'm determined to get to the top of whatever I'm climbing. What I'm climbing, I couldn't in the slightest bit tell you. Maybe it's this thing. Kind of maps to that, maybe. But that still doesn't make sense. It doesn't know where I am.
Well, I think it knows, but it doesn't. But you can't tell where because the animating a texture is really smooth, so the geometry is never going to be where you'd expect it to be. But your climb should show you the geometry pretty clearly, because it's all based on collision.
I'm climbing something.
I found a mushroom.
What?
Yeah, big old blue mushroom.
I'm coming. Get down.
Yeah, I can climb the mushroom.
I can't get
I think
down.
I'd be able to.
I have got myself stuck in a tree.
On the mushroom we ride. Ooh, there's a purple mushroom. All right. That's looking a lot better now. Do you know which way to go to the mushroom?
I can't even get out of the tree. Oh, I did. I finally got out of the tree.
Perfect.
I'm on the ground again.
Go away from the mountain tower.
Into the forest?
Yeah. Off towards the forest? Away from the mountain tower?
Yeah. Down the cliff?
Not down. Stay on the top of the plateau.
Okay. There's a crevasse.
A crevasse.
Do I climb? I will climb.
I mean, it's what you like to do.
Climbing feels so good. I'm so happy with it.
Excellent. Glad that feels better. And it's nice too, because this is still an anywhere fleet, so I'm still running it off my computer. So it's not becoming super heavy to have you climb, even though it's running off my machine with a client and a server.
And a stream.
And the stream.
I'm in
and
the
the Discord.
forest, and I can't find it. I don't know. I got
I don't know if
lost.
you're doing it the right way.
I see the tower.
So I don't see. I don't see the tower. If you went anywhere where you still see the tower, you went the wrong way. You want to go away from the tower.
I was going away from the tower. But then there was a cliff, so I followed the edge of the cliff. Because you said
And now
don't
you
go
see
down.
the tower again?
Yeah.
It's not the right direction. I mean, that's just the mushrooms. If you want to see the mushrooms,
I
they're
do.
over here.
Okay, meet me back at the big tree.
All right, back to the big tree.
I'm stuck in a different tree. Getting.
Well, that's what you get for climbing so many trees.
I wasn't even trying to climb the tree.
Well, don't right click then.
I didn't. I got stuck in it when I jumped.
You jumped into the tree.
Of course I did.
Have you learned nothing from Jackass?
Nope. Okay, so I'm at the big tree.
I'm on my way. Doop, 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 doop.
So
There you are. Over here to your left. Hey, 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 whoa, hey, hey. Yowza.
So your directions were bad because of the fact that when I fell out of the tree, I was in a different spot, and so I was walking directly away from the tower. But I didn't realize you meant directly away from the tower with it lining up to the tree.
Yes. This is a good thing because one of the things, so to take this towards UI.
Yeah.
One big consideration within UI is, of course, to make sure that you are aware of things that your character should be aware of, right?
Mushroom.
And one of our goals, our main goals, is to make sure that this is a easily streamable sort of thing. a big part of what we want to do.
Yeah,
So here's your mushrooms.
I love them.
So then, and we had talked early on about some of the more, dead space type UI where it's subtle, it's inside the world. But then what about, so now this week I've been thinking about it in terms of streamers. Now, when you're sharing your screen, is it as beneficial to have it that subtle? Or should we, look at things like your stats are maybe in a border around the outside
Yeah.
or something like that? All of which I've figured if we do go down those avenues, then it would be a very customizable UI. Because if everyone's sharing their UI, I want to make sure that they have the option to share their UI kind of thing.
Which makes sense.
So at least color palettes, but I'd like to also be able to introduce picture, image replacement and things like that.
So I want a mushroom forest. Just
You want
saying.
a mushroom forest?
Yeah, I want a forest of these mushrooms. Big, small, itty bitty.
Oh yeah, definitely.
What the spawning conditions are, I don't care. Let's make them fun.
Well, okay, so at the moment, I'll give you an idea of what's going on here. There were more mushrooms, but I have to tweak the trees and rocks because they spawn together. So I got a little lazy with the math and need to make it so that it knows which one's which and spawns them a little bit better. But basically, I shoot a bunch of points across this plane, and then I take those points and I just put some fractal noise on them, so that they all end up with their own numbers, but you get a nice organic looking fractal, so that you've got nature. And then I have on the, I want to say this is the lowest points, so the black dots are the center of, as it were, of one side of the forest conundrum.
Okay.
Conundrum, balance. What do we want to call that? Paradigm. Ooh, I like that.
I like that.
So the forest paradigm has a nice fractal, and the highest, of course, is 1. Lowest, of course, is 0. Well, over here on the zeros, you get mushroom forests. On the ones, you get something else. We have to go find it still. But it's going to be night soon, and our lights don't work, so this is going to be fun.
But you made it a little bit
There's
more.
global illumination, so
Yeah.
we can see much better.
I will say, though, think about it this way. You and I were not together. We were able to use some of the main features of the map to find each other. I really like that.
That's exactly why I wanted several and of different scales. So you had a much better chance of being like, I'm way closer to you than you think, because I can see one of the towers, or something along those lines.
And it's like,
but it was also part of the mountains too, right? Like I'm near a giant mountain, but there won't always be one mountain.
Yeah,
more mountains.
But
it's kind of,
I really liked it because if you think about it, I went the wrong way from the tree, and I was like looking at the tower, and then as soon as I said that, you knew I'm in the wrong quadrant. And then I was like, let's meet back at the tree, and you can show me how to get to the mushrooms.
Yes.
And we were able to reconnect, find each other, and move on, which was a really cool feature.
And the main thing of that, which is kind of a crux of a lot of the design that I've got going on, it's based on the fact that you and I are working together to sort of supersede our limitations.
Is the moon a planet?
Yeah.
I love that.
Yeah, I figured, we're in a different world. I didn't want to make a moon, so.
Are we on?
Different
are we on a moon?
I mean,
and that's the planet we orbit? Who knows?
Or is it a dual planet system?
No moons. Tidally locked.
Maybe not.
Dual planets. Far enough away.
That could be cray-cray.
That's a really cool idea. I like that.
And then maybe they stay separated because they're circling around. No, I don't want to do dual stars. That creates a lot of lighting problems.
1 star.
Yeah, we got 1 star. We're good with that.
1 star.
But yeah, I put a planet up there, but it also shifts colors throughout the year. I've already got it set up to do the math, so it's shifting colors. And then I totally missed the moment, but I don't know if you noticed. Did you see how the stars came in?
They just kind of slowly appeared.
They slowly faded in as if this, the sun disappearing helps that.
Because they're always in the background.
No, there's two different pictures. There's a clear sky and a starry sky, and it fades between them. I have a much better way of doing math this time. Last time it was like a simple, if it's over this number, it must be daytime, and so it was like a switch. But then I was playing with parabolas this week, and I put a nice little formula in there so that it would have a full day, roughly.
Dude, this map is
I also set
insane.
it to move with the sun, so that it's chunking though.
The heck is that?
Really like. Oh.
There's like a striped rock thing. I must go check it out.
Ooh, I saw you jumping off that rock over there. I'm gonna go find you. You found a striped rock? Is it like glowing?
No. Oh, it's a little tent thing.
Ooh.
What is this?
So you should go near part of the structure. I don't know exactly where the collision is going to be on the tent. And press E. See if anything happens.
Pressing E.
You're definitely pressing E. Doesn't look like much is happening.
No.
All right, that's cool. Good try.
Like he's spamming the button.
I know, I can see the server log and it just flying by. Now filled up with your attempts to activate that.
It's also like in awkward terrain, so I can't just walk up to the front of it properly.
Yeah, that is awkward, isn't it? Okay. It might. Some of these might actually need to come in with their own sort of landmass below them.
Parabolic stars is what Lothar just said.
Parabolic stars. Inverse parabolic, I should say.
I really like how this tree just kind of glows. I hope you keep that. The big red tree.
Oh yeah.
I don't know if it was intentional or not, but I like it a lot.
I can't say that most of the lighting is as intentional as it should be because I'm still learning it, but it looks a lot better now. So we're getting to a point where it's like, yeah, I can live with what's happening there. That glows nice.
So what stuff did you want to talk about with UI? You had some questions you were mentioning you wanted to talk to me about.
Yeah, well, I started in there a little bit.
And then
so since we're streaming, Zoe, calm down, dude. Since we're streaming, some of the things you would know about your character. So when it comes to like your character, as far as what there is about your character, think in terms of D&D for sort of language for now.
Okay.
So you'd have your stats, right? Well, as a player, you know that you've built a strong character, so you know your strength would be high. But if you're streaming stuff, ooh, what'd you get stuck on?
I have no idea.
Interesting.
Like how you can tell I got stuck on something.
Yeah. If you're streaming and people tune into your stream, should your stats maybe be in some of the framework so that anyone popping in can see, oh, this guy's playing like that, and then this guy's clearly going for a much stronger build than what I normally would build.
Kind of like how if you were watching League of Legends or something, you can see the items that they're purchasing.
Small UI at the bottom that breaks it out. Yeah, kind of like that. Or if you take it to Dota, or I think Dota's the only one that does it. They actually have their stats in there because Dota's built on the fact that there's 3 stats for each character. But something like that. The idea is that when you're the player, you have a lot of context, but we want to make sure that this is something you can share. So other context might be much more necessary.
But then
how that's palatable.
Would that not encourage things like stream sniping if people are playing?
Okay, what benefit do you think they'd get from stream sniping?
Well, I'm talking about like the PvPers. Would that not give them... I cannot see what I'm trying to climb.
I don't know that would give them much of an advantage. I don't know that you could spin that into much of an advantage, I should say. because when you come in for the PvP, you're gonna have to deal with whatever the strength is of the people you're up against. It's like you're not gonna have a lot of.
I guess it's true. You're not able to specifically target a
You're
realm
not
or a
making a new
map.
build.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're not really making a new build. You're just gonna come in and be in the way. So whatever you end up fighting is what you end up fighting. It's even if you did stream snipe, maybe in position, but I think that's also where the latency in streams needs to come in. Because as a player playing PvP, you should know not to stream your moments against your enemies, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, that would be the
An
other one.
interesting question.
How do we
Do you
allow?
stop PvP at night? Or do we show it all the time? Interesting question, Jeff.
Yeah.
Interesting question.
Maybe it's something that doesn't get shown during nighttime. As
Yeah,
dark.
maybe part of the UI also moves with the stars and fades out at night. So it becomes more.
So then PvPers never
mystery.
show their build publicly. They can talk about it, but then it's never shown.
That's kind of nice. So now we see, and I like that because then it makes it so that the UI sets an expectation that then changes at night for the PvP part.
Yeah. It also signals yet again another way that something's changing for
Right.
newcomers.
Things have. It's not time to be as open.
Yeah.
Where did you go? Because I fell off the side. So.
Oh, I kind of jumped down the mountain on the far side of the tree, and I'm running towards another mountain that I see.
Excellent. To the mountains.
It started off where I
could make
saw
UI
something
dark.
kind of glowing. Yeah, Lothar has an interesting idea there. Where the UI is darker, so it is kind of self-hidden.
Yeah, and I think it would be. I think it would be pretty visible during the day, because we're also not going to allow for PvP to join until later in the match. But yeah, it would definitely. And the only hesitation I have with dark is, like I said, I want it to be very flexible for you as the player, because maybe you want to stream daytime farming games and you have no interest in the PvP part, so maybe you want a very light UI to show off how you farm so fast or whatever it is you're doing. But you also knowingly don't have to worry about the fact that at night you're not going there, you're not trying that.
That was really weird.
Ooh, what'd you find?
I'm running on the water and suddenly my body flexed in a weird way, like I hit something. My chest expanded and closed, and then I kept going.
Nice. You've unlocked new power.
Apparently. Breath.
I breathe now. I'm a real boy.
So will the day cycle reset on its own, or does the game session end?
It's gonna end on us.
Ooh.
Because
I'm excited.
As the daytime, so we're daytime folk, right? We came in from the lobby. So when the timer goes to 0, technically, if we haven't escaped, which we can't right now, then we've lost. That 45 minutes is when we have to have been out of here by then.
I can escape. I see a penguin stone.
Sure.
That's a good point. Kind of countering your previous point, Lothar. Accessibility options to make sure that they can customize the UI. so that it works for
Big time.
everyone, which also creates personalized UI.
Yes, and accessibility is a big one because honestly, I couldn't possibly think of all the things that would be needed for different situations. Like, I don't even know if Control or Shift are better for run. So, you know, it's the flexibility is really something I want, especially when it comes to aesthetics. I tend to get locked up on aesthetics just because it's so personal. So it'd be nice to see anyone be able to pick it up and do what they want with it. I want to do a lot with color, but I have friends that are colorblind, and I know that they would have a very different feel on that. Some that are colorblind that love colors they can't see, which is a whole thing that I don't get. So how to even work that into UI? Giving them dials is what I would imagine is the easiest way. Pick your colors, pick your brightnesses, things like that. But then maybe it still has like along with the sunset, it automatically sort of darkens out, and then you're in the night now. You got to do what you got to do. Yeah, and what are some other ways to customize the UI feel other than like obviously colors and layout come to mind first, but like what else could we do that would allow you to have a bit more self-expression inside?
That rock is not climbable.
Stubborn rock.
Yeah.
Must be the one that it must be attached to the same spawner as that crooked tree.
So I really like the idea where a lot of stats come up when you open your bag. So imagine as you open your inventory, it has like a picture of a bag or something like that. Like it's a little bit more dynamic, kind of like Baldur's Gate and Divinity did. When you open a backpack, it has that context in it. But then as part of the bag, it shows some of the stats. Because it's a quick key, it means you can flash it if you want to check something, but it doesn't muddy up your main window.
So you think more of it should be hideable?
Yeah, but then doing it kind of like WoW does, where you can turn these things on as options on your screen. So you want your HP to always be showing because you're monster hunting. It's a very important thing to be displaying, something along those lines.
Mm-hmm.
Or you're going in dangerous territory. So you need that on. You can set it up so that as you go in with the goal in mind, that's going to show up more. Or you're trying to do huge map exploration, so your stamina meter is going to be a lot more important to know exactly what.
So maybe you open up your inventory and your like main stat sheet, so to speak, is there, and there's check boxes, so you can pick things to put always out, like always displayed,
and then drag them around.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Let's see. I could see that. That'd be nice. I'm gonna learn how to do drag and drop widgets now. That's gonna be fun.
Eventually.
Someday. I am trying really hard to start with like data assets when I build stuff out so that it's easy to reconfigure later. That gives us the basic template of personalization. One of the next ones I have to do is with the trees and stuff, because I'm going to build that out so that it gives me a nice easy list, because this is something we want to be able to add an abundance of things to. Not everything will generate every match, but part of the seasonality is we want to show off different things throughout the year.
Yeah. Man, the map is enormous.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like I haven't even explored a fraction of it in the 45 minutes we've been doing this.
Yep. Yep. Yep.
Need some teleportation spells. Get around
There's
faster.
plans for that down the road.
Oh, I know. I
Lots
know.
of plans for that stuff.
I drop the hints.
And I rework all mechanics I love into something more amazing than I ever thought would be possible. So yeah, there are plans that if you choose to, you can be sort of a support character, helping people move around the map quickly by putting teleports up.
I want a Nightcrawler character.
Nightcrawler.
Yeah, just like
I
bam.
don't know about licensing.
Not worried about the licensing.
I don't think we're going to get Nightcrawler then.
Nightcrawler like.
Oh, you want Nightcrawler abilities?
Yeah.
Like short teleports?
Yep.
All right. Yeah, I'm down with that.
Because can you imagine trying to climb a mountain and you're able to just like every so often just teleport up a bit?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
It feels so good.
I do have it in the movement mode that there's a small climb dash. I don't have it hooked up because I wanted to get you climbing cleanly first, but
there's a glowing
that's
cave.
something to extrapolate on.
The cave looks so cool. The caves really stand out at night.
Yeah, I think the sun needs to be dimmed at night because I think it's causing too much glow through the fog.
UI, hi Maple Waffle.
Maple!
It's like your jam.
Well, we've already talked about it, so let's try again.
Back to lobby in 30 seconds.
We're out of here, guys. Better find our exits quick. Don't worry. Once we get there, there'll be 2 people in lobby and we'll be sent back in. I'm kidding, Maple. We're gonna definitely be talking UI with you here because we want all kinds of more feedback. And we know your skill set is very versatile here. Or very applicable, I should say.
Yeah, versatile. But I can climb and do things, and it's way too exciting. So I spent the first chunk of time just running around.
That's the first time I waited 45 minutes to see if it would work, so I'm glad this is working. All right, I'm gonna get coffee. 1 sec.
It wasn't an F. Not in this case. It worked. How does it? Oh, it didn't work. Get ready. I'm ready. I'm ready.
All right, we're back at it. We got timing.
Oh, we lost. Yeah, you're right.
We did.
Oh my God! The map.
Yeah. Or did you jump into the thing?
I jumped into the bed. Oh my God. I love this bag. It doesn't love me, but I love it.
Did you notice the
Oh, it fixed itself now.
particles around the portal?
No, I did not, because I grabbed the bag and I went flying.
Yeah, I just noticed like they're really soft and pink. That's pretty cool. I didn't know if I had them all over the place still. Let's see.
Yep, that was a interesting moment there.
Which way did you go? Where are you?
I'm in the lake, but I landed and I see you. Hi, I'm over here. I turned my ball of light that doesn't work on. Does it help you find me?
Oh, there you are. I gotta hold still so I can see you. If I move, everything moves. Small ball of light.
I go this way.
We have a small ball of light.
I like that you.
Now that climbing's looking better, now I have an okay. That gives me a solid idea of what I was doing wrong with swimming. So I'll probably be able to do that soon.
Ooh, that's exciting.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to make sure my kids are getting in bed. I just noticed the time.
Yeah, that's fair.
I'm pretty sure they headed upstairs, which is good. The joys of having older kids, they kind of self-regulate and do things.
That's nice. It's sort of a reward for the time spent so far.
Yeah.
Look at that. Wow. I guess you wouldn't walk on the water, so probably don't need to worry too much about the fact that the water's. Oh, it's just in front of. Okay. Nope. It's still the land. Yeah. Okay. Overdraw.
Do you like how I just noticed something in the distance and I feel so determined to run for it?
I know. I can't wait till there's monsters to surprise you. Make it harder. You're like, ooh, look at that. And then something jumps out and gets you.
If you're not watching on the YouTube side, it might be worthwhile just to see my like sporadic ADD like tendencies to go chasing after something shiny.
It's what makes playing Minecraft with him quite fun. Time to go get some diamonds. All right, Jeff's disappearing for a bit. He'll be back with lots of diamonds.
Oh, I found a penguin stone. Grab a sea monster. I'll just grab him from below while I'm walking.
I know. I was actually thinking that while we were walking, it'd be so funny if we were like, I'll leave the collision on so we can walk on it, and then out of nowhere we get pulled through.
I would love that. I'd also probably squeal out of fear at that point.
Didn't we say something about jump scares last time? We're putting them in.
By the way, if you're having trouble climbing a wall, look down at your feet. You can often grab better that way.
Clever. Ooh. See the particles around this one?
I saw those. They were beautiful.
These ones are much more obvious.
But I'm determined to tower in the distance. That is not what I go for.
What are you going for?
Just climbing. Actually, I'm going to post the YouTube link in chat again because Maple Waffle, I would really appreciate if you try it because I know you are a fellow Canadian.
Yeah, we're concerned we can't see our video.
I can't see the video. It blocks me, which isn't normal because I was like saying it had to do with the fact that we're the people who own the channel, but I used to be able to stream your thing and show it.
Yeah,
you can see it.
I mean, I used to be able to see it.
It's just blocking us. Why?
Ooh, super weird. Oh, okay. Well, you're probably being blocked because you're on my network right now.
Oh.
And that's why it's the same message I usually get, because you're getting some of my DNS protection.
Ah.
So what happens when you start playing games with a game developer that's also IT?
I feel so much more secure because it's probably safer than my own network by so much.
Oh yeah. Well, it's, you know, it's meant for my wife and daughter not to have to learn what to do safely online and just be safe online.
Why is it that every time I head somewhere I find a pink tree?
A pink tree?
Yeah. Did I go to the same mountain? But my goal is to get to the top of the mountain.
Oh. Lofty goals. I like it.
It's a big mountain.
So Maple, we were chatting about UI, and one of the big considerations within our UI stuff is that we'd like to make this, we have some ideas on tools and things for streamers. So in part of that, there's a few considerations I'm already making when it comes to hiding your username and things like that. But talking about contextual information, things like your stats. Like if you're playing the game and you know what your stats are, that's one thing. But if someone was to tune in, how much UI is too much UI, and how much context is necessary in the UI? Really, what I want to understand tonight. But we definitely want to make sure that it's very personalizable, because streaming, you got to be sure to be able to express yourself. But do you want stats in the border? Because it looks pretty in my head when I think about stats in the border. Anything that is revealing for player locations. Well, what about like strength, dexterity, things like that? See, that's good. That's good information. Streamers tend to like to show stats and have build guides for community, etc., for community content.
We definitely want to make it where it's easy to follow a guide, but not just like upload this thing, do that build. I think that's an important one.
Yeah, builds are going to have a lot of nuance to them. So one thing I want to like, I don't want to cater to the sort of competitive group only, as a lot of current games do.
Yeah, well, our game isn't designed just for competitive.
Well, exactly. I want it to. I mean, we have lots of play styles in general for lots of players. So
yeah,
it's meant to be very flexible.
Yeah, everything is the idea is
coming back to this.
Yeah, to do things as a toggle.
Excellent. Yep, I can work with that.
Because you want it to be an option. Because some streamers want to reveal all, right?
Yes, but revealing location will be difficult because there are gameplay loops specifically for understanding and tracking location. So that one's a little different. It probably won't have UI connections necessarily. I think in terms of like, a map that you pull out. So showing your location is much more intentional.
Yeah, if a streamer is choosing to be like a map making style character, well then showing their location is kind of inherent to the class that they chose.
Exactly.
True. Dude, the world is so beautiful. I love it.
I'm enjoying the texture of these rocks now. It's much better.
Yeah.
Not the texture. I know there's still a lot of ghosting on there. I haven't played with UIs more, but the fact that they're not smooth bubbles like they were last week.
It feels a lot more vibrant of a world than it did before. Like it's not. I don't feel like I'm just going in a copy pasted world where someone just like had a paintbrush tool or a stamp brush tool.
Right.
It feels a lot more like there's nuance to it. I can still see some of the copy paste type mechanic, but it's not as evident.
Well, that's impressive because I wasn't really planning on getting rid of that just yet. Like there's, the moments of adding all the layers of things that should help with all that, but is there something nearby? No, I don't think so.
Are you climbing the same mountain?
I don't know. I think so. I figured I'd find out when I got to the top.
The ability to catch yourself while you're climbing makes this so much more enticing. I'm less scared to like make a mistake when I'm climbing.
Yeah, that was a big problem. I didn't like the constantly falling problem.
But
And that was, that's after climbing was working. You should have tried it back when climbing wasn't working. It was a commitment, and you were never coming back up when you went down the hills.
well, that's how it felt for me, because I was glitching my way up hills.
Yeah, that's true. And now I just need to add an RPC, and the climbing should look a lot better for both of us.
But I don't know what it's doing in certain instances when I'm trying to like latch onto things. But the fact that I can consistently move my camera to get it to do the climb mechanic when I want it to is a good sign.
Super hitting the wrong button. So if anyone thinks I'm not getting the climb to work right, it's because I'm not doing my fingers correctly. That was me thinking.
Just like
I was just jumping against the wall, but it's because I was hitting E, not right click.
It's just like when you're crouch placing blocks in Minecraft and you just decide to let go of the crouch.
Yep. My fingers do not want to keep doing the same thing over and over.
I get bored.
They get frustrated and try to do new things. So maybe that's a mechanic of the UI, randomly switching keys up on you to keep it interesting. It's called Think Like Sean.
You should just do that for the sake of it. Not done so already, I would set up player profiles for each of the types of a player.
Yes, I really like that. That makes sense to me. Yeah, we're gonna be working on that, Jeff.
Okay.
I like that a lot. I've done stuff like that for, marketing and, sales outside of gaming. So it's gonna be fun to pull some of those experiences in and actually be able to use that experience. No.
Am I even remotely close to the top of this mountain? I don't know. We'll get there.
That's the beauty of a summit. It always looks like it's close and far away at the same time.
I'm assuming if I go too upside down, I'll fall.
Yeah, it's supposed to know when you're on the ceiling. At one point, I was climbing pretty upside down, though.
Yeah, I get very nervous when it does that. I think I'm near the top.
I really like, because when I climb, because I like to rock climb, and my favorite climbs are the ones underneath the cliff. Nope, hit the right button. Ah, crap. Of course, I hit one of those bumps, so my character went so far from the wall I couldn't catch it. No! I think I'm pretty close to the top before I did that. Have you made it up there yet?
I think I'm almost there. I found like some trees and stuff, which usually is a good sign. I'm at the top!
He's done it!
Now to climb these trees.
The top of everything! Oh, I have a ways to go.
I can't climb the trees, but there's a boulder. I must be at the top. At the top.
The highest point on the map is now Jeff's.
I have conquered the world. I can see the little island. This is amazing to look at. Like from this height. Wow.
Why do you think I wouldn't let you fly around? You have to earn it, baby. You have to earn that distance.
Player spawn points will never be on top of mountains, right?
Correct.
Good.
No, the player spawn points will. Well, it depends. I'm getting a lot of positive feedback on the start island thing, so I don't know that that's going away. It was initially only implemented so that our streams would make sense, uh, but it's been receiving quite a bit of praise. So I've been trying to justify keeping it. I've got a few ideas on how I could do that. So I don't know if you're going to get a start other than that area.
And then it just like drops you somewhere in the map, kind of like a Fortnite style thing.
No, that is a position that is determined by the exit of your last match. I
Oh.
fell so far down the mountain. Oh man. All right. Try this one again.
So one of the UI things that we were talking about, and I'm curious on your thoughts, Maple, is hiding a lot of the stuff in. Oh yeah, they will have that.
Yes. One of the main events on tops of the summits, and it's only the ones that are high enough, will be a boss fight. That's one of the main events up there.
Yeah. But what we're talking about is hiding in a lot of the UI mechanics inside your backpack. So you open up the backpack, and then you have those mechanics in there, but then you can kind of pin them at like they're widgets, so you can pin them to your bar or however. So when you close your backpack, they'll stay out. So things like health, stamina, mana, whatever other things that we think of that you want, you can leave open while you're exploring.
Yeah, kind of basically just a checkbox on which ones you want to be able to persist after you close your inventory. That way, if you're focused on something that, your hit points are important, then you can keep those up all the time.
I'm jumping off. Oh, I got on top of a tree.
See anything good up there? Find anything new? You want to go look at?
I just found a pink tree and a tower. I feel like there's other things that I haven't discovered yet.
This is correct. And I have no idea where they are. So, we gotta look. Oh, you think health should be on by default? I can dig that.
That does make sense.
Oh man, I hope you didn't fall down for a tower because there's one right on the side of this mountain. Let's see. Does not seem to care that I'm on a ceiling. It must be like really flat. I don't remember what angles
I have made a horrible mistake.
What have you done?
I got inside a tower, but I think the door, because I can't see, I think the door is blocked.
How did you get in? Through a window?
Yes.
This guy. Here it is. I was like, no, you don't get to climb the towers. And you're like, I'm going to go into a tower through a window.
I jumped on the roof of it, slid down the roof. Oh, I see a little light bulb. Is it you?
Yeah.
Hi.
I'm in here too now.
Welcome. Welcome to the Hole of Despair.
All right. Note to self. Let's put windows on. Close the windows. Jeff will find a way in.
Because the door's lined up against the wall. I can't climb the tower. So there's literally no way out.
We've done it. We've done it.
Because I can't climb. I can see a way out.
That's another window, I think. But it doesn't look like it's far enough from the rocks either. 23 minutes in a hole.
Can't we just end it? You have commands, don't you?
No, I don't have those commands. There's nothing that does that.
Why not?
Because I'm a client just like you are. I don't have.
You have the
access to it.
server on your computer.
Oh, it doesn't have any extra commands for me to tell. I can make it open a map, but I don't know what'll disconnect because there's a lot of information that gets passed around when it does that.
Okay, well, I guess we're gonna have a chat, everybody. Health is something that is important depending on what playstyle you're doing.
Yeah, that's the big one. So in this consideration, one of the technically inside my head, I have a handful of player profiles, but getting those down on paper and making sure Jeff understands them will be really helpful.
Well,
but one of the profiles is my wife, because I think in terms of her when it comes to, she doesn't play a lot of video games. So right now, most games, like a lot of gamers will say, oh, it's wonderful, this game didn't hold my hand and give me a tutorial. But that's only beneficial to gamers that know how games play out usually, because we know from other games it doesn't mean that it isn't valuable information. Versus my wife, who has almost no real history with a lot of games. So there's a lot of things that I want to make sure are like super versatile. So I know my wife would probably play the daytime stuff more. She probably wouldn't care so much about PvP because it would frustrate her. And she wouldn't know how to take it seriously necessarily. So in that case, it would be less necessary to have your health bar up. Yeah, super. Yeah, the new user experience, and that's, I want to make sure that the UI is flexible for that, so that the new users, as well as the more experienced users, the ones that know exactly what they're going in for, maybe we got a team of people that knows they want to go get that super coveted treasure at the end of the thing, but that means that they also obviously want to make sure that their health and their stamina are showing. The one that's focused more on spells is going to have his mana up.
Okay. I'm just running to get my kids going because I said I was going to do that. Now I have a reason to.
Fair enough. Yeah, perfect. Now's a good opportunity since we're sitting in the dark. But with a lot of things, a lot of the gameplay is meant to focus on you and focus on how much you're doing, and then sort of a law of physics is being applied here. Every action has an equal and opposite reaction. So part of that is also the new user experience, because I know that as my wife is trying to figure things out and figure out what to do, she's going to be moving a lot slower, accomplishing a lot less things at a time. So the game will be a lot lighter on her, versus I might be just grinding away because I know some silly little corner that I've put together. And in that format, the game will then get a little harder for me to go up against. Not necessarily because I'm hunting monsters, but the monsters I hunt get harder as I attack monsters. So in the gameplay is very flexible, so the UI has to be very flexible. And if it's tied to the backpack, then that might work really well. And we may have a lot of options that you can tag out, because ultimately later on there's going to be some other sort of customization abilities, gameplay options. And you might want to keep some of those tools up as well. So like imagine you have a compass at some point. You may want to choose to have your compass showing, and you may want to have it put away. It's kind of depends on what you want to be doing with it. Maybe it has an energy cost. I don't know, some ideas there. But health won't always be up, but it would be a good one. Or it won't always be as important, but it is a good one to toggle on and off. I think I really like this toggle idea. This is a neat way of doing UI, and not shouldn't be that bad either. Just make it persist with a yeah. Yes, and that's actually, you're not going to be able to to access all advanced tools in every game. You're meant to make choices, and those choices will then sort of either actually or artificially lock you out of other options. There should be plenty. I only had two. Yeah, go for it. So much of that, and same idea with that new user experience. I'm trying to put as much of the sort of character customization and growth and different things like that into the actual gameplay. One, like I played MOBAs for a few years, and one of the things I liked about Dota 2 was their ability draft system, which allows you to really customize and build a totally different character based on the pool with a snake draft and all sorts of cool stuff there. But the problem with that for a new player is, of course, then they're staring at a bunch of options that they have no idea what the consequences are until they get into a game. So I want to try and I want to try and make sure that you're not forced to make any combat decisions until you're close to having to do combat, so that you get sort of direct feedback on those sorts of things. For example, like one thing that everyone's going to be choosing in the very beginning is an element to be aligned with, because it plays into the seasons and a few other things in there. So that's going to be like the first thing you do is sort of claim a spot and pick one of the elements to represent that spot. It locks you out of the choice of other elements because you only have one, but it's something that happens in the beginning of the game instead of while you're sitting in the lobby. You have 6 menus to click through, or even if it's only 2 menus, having to make choices before you even start the game is often something that even experienced players will regret some of their decisions, and it's too late to change them. I like the idea of it all being in the gameplay, because then you can also, maybe we can sell it, or sort of backtrack on our decisions and be able to really explore those options without having to be like, well, this round's wasted or whatever. I don't like negative attitudes in video games. It's a video game. We're here to have fun, guys. So I want to cater it towards growing and offering those things along the way. That way it feels like a tutorial for those that are in need of one, but it just feels like natural gameplay for everybody else. Because I think even the backpack, right now it's set up that every time a character spawns, like Jeff or I spawn, a backpack is spawned for us. I'm not sure if that's going to be as automatic, or if it's going to be one of the first things you get from the element claim. So you make your element claim, and then you get a backpack spit out at you. So it's, again, in steps, as opposed to like, okay, your character is a guy that has this, this, and this. I like you to get to the world and be like, okay, so now that I'm getting my grounding, essentially, my feet are on the ground now, what am I going to get first? I'm going to be able to pick stuff up, so I'll grab my bag, claim an area. This is where I'm going to keep coming back to over and over. And like, with a chest and things like that. So it kind of, one of the biggest things about the new user experience is, though of course I want to keep it in there, I also want to make sure that the new user, alongside the experienced user, get to still have fun with what they're doing, no matter what it is they're doing. And much like our navigation, trying to find the tower or trying to find the tree, mushrooms, whichever we were looking for. A lot of it I want it to feel almost, I don't want to say feel like cheating, but for the most part, the gameplay is designed in a way that's very obvious and it's very logical. But then when you work with somebody else, you have the ability to really bend and break certain, not mechanics necessarily, but like leverages that you would normally be stuck in. So my wife going around and just collecting materials, maybe she doesn't really even need most of the materials. She just thinks it's fun gameplay. And that's perfect, because I'll be going slaying a few monsters. I'll give her some stuff from the monsters. She gives me some stuff from the materials. And now we're each focused on a gameplay style, but at least we're working together. And most of the world is... No, here's a good one. So one of the big things is the world has to be has to steer moral movement, right? In video games, back in, I don't remember what game it was, way back when, one of the first adventure games, they made it so that you could steal stuff from other characters, but they didn't anticipate, or they made it so that you could kill characters and then loot them, and then they didn't think about it within the code, and so the players could actually kill the merchants and then loot them. And the builders of this game had no plans on that happening, so there was no consequence whatsoever. And it's funny when you look at some of these designs, because then since then they were like, oh yeah, then now games punish you for it. But when you think about it, they don't really punish you for it. They actually just give you other gameplay to deal with. And so that's a big part of what, like, with the game focusing its difficulty on your actions. It also makes it so that I have a sort of punitive lever that I can pull if like daytime behavior is meant to be peaceful, so PvP is going to be punished essentially, not by kicking you off or anything like that, but you'll have to deal with something much bigger than what you were to the person you killed, right? So there's sort of a, yes, see if you can pick on someone your own size kind of thing that comes up. Again, that way that the daytime stuff, if people want to have that easy light game, or they're low experience level on gaming in general, then they get to enjoy that, and they get the comfort of knowing that people are not able to kill them without having to deal with quite the consequence anyway. Plus, another thing I don't like in games is you usually get a timeout for dying. So I have a different way of handling that sort of thing, where I want it to turn into more of a quick time. That's a terrible way of looking at it. More of a fast pace process. So it's about recovering your body, not necessarily just sitting there and doing nothing. And not in the WoW format of like slowly wandering around as a spirit. There's stuff in there. But there's a lot of that is meant to be paceable based on what you want to do. So if you don't care, your guy dropped, you can wander over there and get your stuff later. That's fine. But otherwise, yes, yeah. It's basically it's hidden karma. That's exactly it. Because there's a there's a number of reasons too, right? So like, like there's certain things that can be traded and certain things that can be available, shortcuts that can be taken, and the game will check for that sort of thing. So like if you found a way to sort of shortcut something, that maybe even shortcut it so much that it's close to breaking the game, that's why those hidden karmas are in there as well, because it's also going to help close up some of those things that always end up existing when you have multiple systems overlapping, or just designing a video game. But the hidden karma that also is your hidden difficulty alongside that. Like, pick up a stick, that's 1 point. Kill somebody, it's 500 points. And then every so often, after so many points, or every so often, it'll check to see how many points there are and then appropriately challenge you. Only 10 minutes left of the dark room. I'll make the doors and stuff open soon. This is embarrassing. Oh well. Yep, and mountaintops. Once swimming's in, you'll see that there's actually quite a depth to the water as well. Because same thing, the further from the plains, I know right now we drop into the water. That's not the plan, but later the anticipation is everyone will drop closer to a plain, and which is like the mid flattish points, and with that, everything that goes further from those, so the mountain peaks at the top, the oceans at the bottom, into the caves, all of that is like what I'm considering like the furthest points in the map. So that's where you would see things like I was saying, sort of a world boss or a raid boss type thing on top of the mountains. I have a shark that I'm really hoping to animate and make bite people. So when we swim around, there's sharks that chase us. Yeah, we do need a safe way of exiting in case of a fire. I agree. Do you want fishing? Because that could be fun. I
I
mean,
do.
I'm okay. He wants fishing. There we go. So okay, then now let's talk about fishing.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
What is the fishing minigame like? Because there's lots of different fishing minigames out there. Some are good. Most are kind of boring, I think.
So I think the nature of fishing in a game is typically meant to be a relaxing way of just existing in the game for whatever reason you want to play, but not do anything intense.
To be very clear, I was when I played WoW, I was in the Lonely Fisherman's Club. So I totally get the fishing in games because that was a lot of what I did in WoW. It's nice to sit in a nice area and
Check
just
the one
throw
from
the
Amazon's New World. Okay.
best fishing minigame ever played. Okay. Which Oh, New World. Yeah, because what was the Stardew Valley had a pretty good one
I like that one.
where it's like it faces you or doesn't face you and stuff like that. Ooh, yeah, got to weed out the fishing bots. Agreed. It's actually kind of funny because a lot of our gameplay almost caters to bots, but then I like to do a lot of research on the way that things progress throughout WoW and some of these live service games that have been around forever. Because like the first bot in WoW, they figured out that you could have it go from point A to point B. Well, then when the devs realized this, what they did was they put a rock right in the middle, so that they could start detecting people that would run straight into the rock and not notice. And like that's how they determined the first bots, and that began the cat and mouse game of how to bot in the game. So it's interesting because I'm it'd be fun to see. It'd be fun to see how bots try to succeed. Because again, going back to that like karma system, what if the bot's really efficient at doing a couple things, but not combat? Like it's gonna have to be a pretty versatile bot to be able to keep up. Oh, okay. Lots of gathering bots, but no fishing bots. So in that case, should there be some sort of gathering? I don't want to say mini game, but
I think the gathering is
bot
kind of
anti-bot mechanic.
built into the exploration side of things, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I think it's going to be hard enough to bot the exploration and gathering because the map is ever changing, and I think that's the part that makes it harder to bot is that we have a dynamic map.
Yeah, yeah. You won't be able to just put in like points. Say from point A to point B. This is what I want to do.
Yeah, so it'll be
Or just
more of an
point C
AI
over
bot that people will have to do, and if they're putting that much commitment into it, all power to them.
Yeah, I mean, if I can't tell, good job. Then we might hire you for AI.
Until I have a player-to-player market, it's true. Once we launch that, that's where botting will start taking off.
Yep.
And if we don't do a
And
player-to-player market, then there's going to be a black market out of game. They'll figure out how to do.
yeah, everyone always does. But the tools are so readily available, like between Steam and EOS and stuff. Like it's easy enough to make that work. We've joked, Jeff and I have joked a lot about bots because some bots we might actually really approve of, might really appreciate. Like, oh hey, that's super helpful. Like, can I get your code? Like, that's great. But yeah,
I
I don't know.
I
I
don't.
hope that the game's dynamic enough that you're not going to be able to easily bot. We'll see.
Yeah,
We'll see how it goes.
and like I don't. I've never had a concern with people botting in games, so long as it doesn't impact most players. And I think that's the
Yes.
key, right? Where a lot of the time it's players are put in a spot where it's not as fun to play because of the botting mechanic in the game.
I see that in like MOBAs, right? Like you get those bot accounts that, you know, they leave spawn after about 2 minutes and then they run around a little bit. They might throw a couple spells out there, or they might run straight in and die over and over. Like they're just not. Maybe it's just not somebody that knows how to play, but it looks more like it's a bot because it's very consistently running in and dying, right?
Yeah.
And that's a big one. I don't like being stuck to a team that
Yeah.
then you can go and do botting and things like that. So keeping that separated was always meant to be something. The concern is that tanks the econ of the game. For instance, in New World, inflation made my gold worthless because bots sold all the BMATs until the economy was broken. Yeah, but so our economy is a little different. By definition, I'm making sure of that not being a problem because a lot of the materials, the low materials, will not go out to the marketplace. Those materials which are only found within the match don't get to exit the match. So those are meant to be what you work with inside of each match, and then turning them into something that you can leave the match with is kind of a threshold to that.
Yeah.
We're not going to allow you to sell wood because wood generates every map.
I think the risk of botting more exists in terms of like a player and bots. So like they team up with having bots, and I can see that being more of a problem with the way that we've done it. So they use bots to help like do crafting. They're out doing gathering or doing one of the things, and the bots are doing some of the simple mechanics. I can see that being a potential concern. But even then, that's still, they have to really work hard to do that. And then, I mean, they're emphasizing the benefit of a community.
Exactly. They're showing off the two-player aspects, but we're also anticipating selling the game. So they're going to have to buy 2 accounts to do that.
Yeah.
Which is, like, I need to sell the game, A, because it's a good way to just make the money initially, which is important. But B, it's a good way to slow botting down and things like that because people are less likely to cheat if they actually have to buy the game again.
Very true.
But I absolutely agree with the concerns on the economy has been a thing that I've studied a lot of over the last 2 years, trying to figure out how to build a decent economy, a reasonable economy. Mainly because I don't think, like, you know, governments don't know how to run economies very well. So yeah. There's a lot we can learn probably.
And luckily we have some people that have good knowledge on that type of stuff on our side that we've worked with in the past that have given us a lot of information. And I'm no stranger to economy stuff myself. I mean, I worked for an e-commerce company. That's where I met Sean, and they kind of know a little bit about building economies in certain ways.
Exactly. And like, we're selling the game. We're not planning on putting, you know, microtransactions throughout the game or anything like that. So
no,
we
have ways to monetize inside the game. Like, we have thoughts on that to make it work out better. I don't know if we're ready to talk about any of that at this point yet, Sean. That's up to you.
No, not yet.
Okay.
Not yet.
We do not like microtransactions, though.
No, it's not worth it. That's not fun gameplay. Somebody recently had done a analysis on, I want to say it was League of Legends, and how long it would take to get a new hero nowadays from free gameplay, and it's atrocious apparently. Like, nobody's able to even say the number anymore. They're just like, what? That's not, no. Like, why would I play your game?
That's crazy. Okay, my daughter's ready for bed, so I gotta go say goodnight. I'll be right back one more time.
Sounds good. Yeah, I saw recently I was watching a sort of praise video on what is it, No Man's Sky, because when that came out, of course, it was pretty empty and had nothing in it. But what's most remarkable about all the effort that they put in and all that they've changed is not only is it a much more interesting game with all the things, a lot of the things they promised and whatnot, but they didn't at some point decide to start adding in a bunch of silly microtransactions, which is such a, I mean, I get the appeal, you know. I was playing World of Tanks over Christmas because their Christmas thing was kind of cool. but like it's all built to encourage you to do microtransactions. So if if anywhere in our game we anticipate you have the ability to like buy the in-game currency or something along those lines, my anticipation is to have that actually bounce off the karma system to some degree. Um, yeah, World of Tanks is horrible for microtransactions. So like, just a really gross example. We have one secondary purchase option. You can buy the in-game currency. If you buy too much, then you will have a lot more karma to deal with, because it's like I very much want to see it as a shortcut, and if it does have any ability to lead to any kind of power gain through less time and just paying money, I don't want to stop people from doing it, but I also don't want to reward it too much. So that's a big part of it. But we've got a lot of different ways that we've looked at different ways that we're going to apply some different flows for money between players and the game itself. So one nice thing about World of Tanks, though, is with all their microtransactions, they do a lot of celebrity stuff. So at least they spend some of the money they make. This year was Jason Statham for Christmas. But then the Christmas event also helped me unlock so many tanks that I lost so much interest in trying to unlock more tanks. I was like, well, that kind of defeats the purpose, but all right, thanks. I haven't tried those ones. I probably would like ships, though.
That would make sense with your background.
Yeah. Can you use any destroyers? Do you have any Aegis weapon destroyers? I will take more coffee. Thank you, my love.
You are welcome, master.
Oh my god.
You have to do
Don't say that.
Weird.
She's always doing that. Make you feel weird for me offering to help you. Love you, babe.
While on stream, of all things. That is.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. No one gets me to sweat through my clothes faster than that lady.
I realize I haven't explored the underground. Is there any reason to do that?
Not yet, no.
Okay.
Probably especially with your light not working very well.
That's why I was asking. It's enticing. It makes me want to go.
That's kind of the point.
Because of how it looks.
I'm pretty sure those rocks aren't even climbable, so probably shouldn't bother.
Oh, yeah. So they destroyers stop in their 50s.
Well, AWS was actually or Aegis weapon system was actually the one that I worked on when I was in the Navy. It's on newer destroyers and some cruisers. I think I'd probably have a lot of fun with the subs in the game, though. Where are you at, Jeff? Are you going up something?
I went into like a ravine between two mountain areas.
Ooh.
Now I'm climbing things. All this talk of of what you like, the world of warships and the ships and all that reminds me of like an old Tom Clancy submarine game my dad had that I would play. I had no idea what I was doing, but it was like
Was it Hunt for Red October?
Yeah.
Because I had that on floppy disk.
Yeah, that's what it was.
Yeah.
It was really good for its time.
Oh yeah.
Like it.
Oh yeah.
Genuinely felt like a simulation of doing things, and you'd get scared. I'd always lose.
Ooh. Sea Power has more modern stuff. It's interesting. Okay. I dig it. I dig it. Mm-mm-mm.
I just don't have time for gaming. That's not true. I do have time for gaming. I just spend all of it playing Pokemon cards.
Yeah, you just go back to the games you like.
And I'm trying to fit some more Minecraft in. Play with the Minecraft people again. Because I miss
Getting
them.
back into Minecraft. I try to get my daughter to play, but she's kind of over it right now, I think.
That happens.
I try to, every time she logs off, I go and build something in front of her base so that next time she logs in, she's more excited. It works a little bit. Comes and goes. Right now, she's on like some pet collecting game that she really likes. So
Slime Rancher.
I have no idea.
I finally saw a stick on the ground. I'm seeing them.
Woo! Woo!
They look horrible, but I love it.
Yeah, I don't know. The texture looks like they're messed up for some reason.
Vault Hunters, that's the one I'm talking about, Lothar.
Well, not for some reason. I can see why. There's something going wrong in the construction script.
Also, I have one stick, but I picked up two.
Well, they randomly have different stacks to them.
So you can walk over one and it has 0?
No. Randomly up from 1 to 10.
But I picked up 2 different ones, and I only have one in my...
Were you sure they're the different sticks?
Yes. Unless one of them didn't get picked up.
It's also possible. There are a lot of warnings going by. There are probably a lot of sticks we can't pick up for some reason right now.
It's just you and Manly playing Vault Hunters. I will have to get back into that. Playing with you guys from time to time. Life is starting to stabilize for me. Slowly but surely. Settling into the new job, and I'm absolutely loving it.
Excellent. Yeah. The new job at Google, which forced him to start using YouTube.
They didn't force me to. It feels weird.
You were strongly encouraged.
Yeah, that's a good choice of words. I think it's more of a
Vault Hunters, but I'm having more fun building the game.
Safe. That's right. This game is going to have a lot of Vault Hunter feel to it when you think about it.
Yeah, I mean, what really kicked me off on starting to do the game development was Justin and I, my brother, had finished. We finished Satisfactory with where it was at the time. I think it was at patch 7 or something. And I remember just being like, cool, I made a more efficient factory. Wish I had a reason to make a more and more efficient factory. And then you and I were playing a lot of Vault Hunters at that time. And so there was a bit of a combination between the two, because I found what I really liked about playing Minecraft with you is, like I said, you will wander off with a goal. And so it was always fun to be like, okay, well then I'll sit here and build something real quick, and then you come back and then we start building up a base, or move on to another area. But the gameplay in Minecraft I found really fun because our dynamic worked really well together.
Yeah, we always had that really nice tension.
And there's not a lot of games that give you that format to work with.
True.
Like so many games nowadays are more, put people head to head, or put you against the computer, one or the other. So it's nice to have a bit more flexibility in how you work as a team.
Can I talk about the experience idea that I had? See what people's thoughts are on that?
Sure.
So, literally today, Sean and I were talking about this, so it's a very fresh idea.
Well, maybe we should draw it from botting first. So one of the, so when you found the small tent earlier,
yeah,
something I may have totally disconnected it when I realized it wasn't going to work, but one thing that we were going to do when I asked you to activate it the idea was should have spawned a replicant of yourself, because it's with anticipation that you will not only have your character, but you'll also have a couple other characters,
Oh yes, I see where you want this.
a character or two that you might be working with. So, I and in my in my hilarious wordplay, I was like, oh, so you're a clone, and those are non-player clones. So yeah, when it comes to botting, there will be some, the computer, the server itself will do some light botting for you already, which again I think will help me detect bots and things like that. But then we started talking about experience. Now go ahead, Jeff. Sorry, I wanted to give a little
I thought
context.
you were going to talk about a different thing there, but that's okay. Some of the trade system that we were thinking of, but maybe that's too soon.
Oh, very soon for that. We're not going to go down that road.
Okay. Well, it spawned because of
But
some
the
of
experience that
the trading thing spawned from some of the chats we had on stream. That's why. But anyways,
gotcha.
we're all over the place tonight. Experience system. So obviously in the game, you're going to level up. Each time you leave the realm, your level gets reset, so on and so forth. Whether there's a permanent leveling growth outside, I don't know.
There's permanent growth outside.
Okay. So a little bit of both. Kind of like League of Legends style. Very similar to that, right? Where you have like a summoner level and you have an in-game level.
Exactly. Very much like that. Your progress is trackable, and you see that outside of matches, but your sort of strength, dexterity, raw stats are constantly reset to help facilitate that new and experienced gamer side-by-side mechanic.
So, like all games, your growth at the higher your level, it's an exponential curve. So the higher your level, the longer it takes to level up. So something that I was thinking about, and I pitched to Sean today, was the idea of, as you gain experience, you can create like level up capsules, or the idea is kind of like a rare candy in Pokemon.
We're in a fantasy world, so feel free with the alchemist present to say potions.
All right. I like that. So essentially you can choose upon
it's also Minecraft.
upon hitting a level up to either take it yourself or send it to your camp as a level up potion. There you go. Happy. So the idea of this is it works really well for that casual, more hardcore player, where someone who is more casual, they might hit a certain period point in their leveling and they're like, okay, I don't need any more levels to continue doing what I'm doing. I'm happy. I'm good. So I'm going to start sending them back to help out my other person. Or let's say Sean and I are playing, we're both a little bit more hardcore about it, and I'm off exploring, trying to level up in certain ways. And so Sean fires some experience my way to get me up fast, so that all level ups as I leave camp, I can just send back home, so that he can start using them and then he can level up faster. Because I'm not trying to, he's going to stick around after dark, so he wants to be ready to deal with any PvPers or anything that happens. I'm going to be leaving because I'm just going around gathering and craft, and my goal is to craft this game. So I get to a point. So the idea is that when you're working as a team, you can really power level and do interesting plays with the idea of leveling, but a solo player can still just level up and everything will be fine, and they'll just level up on a normal pace. So that type of system obviously has like that push and pull, a little bit of like interesting dynamics to it. And one thing that we've always said in this is, as you add teamwork into the mix, we want it to allow people to not necessarily break mechanics, but really take advantage of a mechanic that exists.
We want teamwork to feel like magic, right? Like if you and your buddy have come up with something that you can do together, it's taking you out of the structures that you're normally limited to and allowing you to really leverage a sort of double down on something, but because you have another person to help you double down on that thing.
So I'm really curious to hear what people's thoughts are on that type of mechanic. not everyone at once.
Dun dun dun.
Maybe it's too complicated to easily explain. You like it?
I like it. Nope, it's simple. I mean, it's probably just a lot to type about.
Yeah.
But there's also a delay. We are streaming.
I don't know if you'd be
Oh,
able to
that's good.
sell it though, because you don't take it out of the game, so it's for that match only. That's why I was making the distinction. I didn't make that clear. The distinction between the in-game, like in-match and out of match. So it's all just inside the match to level up, to make yourself stronger.
I mean, it depends on. Honestly, we could just make it so that when you go to trade with somebody or go to like give something to somebody, you have the option to put a price tag on it, kind of thing. So it could be something that
Yeah.
isn't necessarily you and I as friends are playing together, but like I see somebody nearby and I go walk over and be like, "Hey, you want to buy this for so much?"
Actually, that's a really neat idea, because then you could also be like, I'm missing this type of material. I see that you have some. Could I give you 2 level ups for that material or something like that to try and get them, so you can craft the thing you're wanting?
Oh, maybe experience is a good.
So it almost
currency.
becomes a different type of currency in matches.
Yeah.
The other thing that we kind of alluded to is that it can also be a thing. Those capsules could be a thing that PvPers, when they join, might be able to get their hands on and steal from characters as their way of leveling up and catching up to some of the higher levels, which is another interesting mechanic that makes it that they might not necessarily focus on the actual PvP right out of the gate. They might be focusing on trying to find camps and like more of acting like thieves and stealth and collect as much of that stuff as they want, which makes it another aspect.
There is a little bit of like sabotage, as it were, in their opportunities there.
Yeah.
Some of it's also just about being mindful. Like one of the big things about the sticks all over the place is like you're gonna get subtle points for picking up the sticks because you're cleaning up the forest. It's a versus if you go to leave the match and you have a bunch of sticks in your pouch, they'll get destroyed on the exit, and you're actually gonna get a little bit of we'll call it infamy for the time being, for wasting materials, for trying to take stuff away and having it disintegrate into nothing.
Oh, I
So
accidentally
there's
exited.
what? Oh yeah, you removed the session.
I tried to close my backpack and I hit escape instead of tab. And you added a quit button.
Like you asked. Like you asked.
You need to make it that I'm sure I want to quit.
Well, that was a whole lot more, because you know how much it takes to get an actual widget to pop up and blah blah blah. So much easier just to make the escape quit. Okay.
I'm like just so used to closing inventories by hitting escape. I hit escape and then the game closed. I'm like, oh.
Nailed it. Nailed it.
And this is a good example of UI.
Yeah.
Where UI would be very beneficial, bringing it full circle.
I currently don't want to set it so that when one of us leaves, it automatically goes back to the lobby, because that's just going to be unnecessary and excessive later.
Yeah.
But I may have to put something like that in there to help us with these moments.
I wouldn't worry you. I would say if you're gonna put something in, just put a server command that you can use.
I probably could have just gone to the game lift fleet, and deleted the game session to force it to make a new game session. That probably would have worked just fine.
Okay. Well, tell me when I can join.
We'll do that next time.
Yeah. He added the leave thing. I feel like he did it as a troll to make it like I asked him for a quit button. So he added a quit button, but then he also made it a button that's really a common button that you might use.
It was much better. Well, remember when I gave you that build and said, oh, it's unplayable?
Yeah.
That one had a quit button, but the quit button had a widget, and as soon as you loaded it up, it loaded up, and then you couldn't use it. So, and then earlier, and I had completely removed it, and then earlier when we were testing, you were like, oh, where's my quit button? And I was like, fine, I'll give you a quit button. So I gave you a really simple one.
Then of course,
And that was after you Alt F forward out because you assumed I didn't give you a quit button.
It's true.
All right, go ahead and hit join. Should be good.
Don't worry. That stuff in the UI is going to be very clear. I hit join and it's asking me to log in again. What happened?
Yep, mine failed too. Last time I launched it a second time and it worked fine.
That just ruined our entire stream. Quitting.
Yeah, now something's just going wrong when I sign in. There we go. I'm in. Go ahead and try again. Maybe it was because the game session was still early.
I could do
I'll
it.
figure out what. I'll check the logs.
I do want to try and get more people into this at some point because it's just fun wandering around, and I'd like to get people touching it and seeing it. Obviously, there's still a little ways to go before we can do that, but
I don't think it'll be too much. As far as like the server stuff goes, I only have a little bit more to do before I should be able to seal it up for now. At least until I start adding in PvP stuff, because that's going to be sort of different layer of things. I have to pull some stuff backwards.
but even with Hamachi, the way that we're doing it right now, we can get 2 more people that would be able to join. Because the free Hamachi allows 4. And I know how you can do more than that if you wanted to.
But next week, I want to have you on the EC2 fleet.
And if we're doing
so that will make it a lot easier.
Yeah.
It also would be a lot safer that I wouldn't be inviting a bunch of people to my network.
Yeah.
So
until we have EC2 working.
Because of course I'm the kind of guy that builds a network that's a fortress and then creates a teleport into the fortress. So
yeah,
not super smart.
But I'm literally in your fortress, which is why I can't do half the things I normally would be able to do on my computer.
I know, isn't that funny?
It is.
See, same thing. So I want to get you on the EC2 faster so that we can start stabilizing how our streams look and just everything can be a lot cleaner and easier at that point.
Yeah, plus
it was great testing it this way so that A, you and I can continue to test quick stuff if we need to. But B, we can do it. We can see that the lag is not as bad as it was last week, 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
Even though it's running on my computer still. So that's nice.
And the water looks a lot better. I don't know if anyone noticed that last week, but God, the water is great.
Well, this is the same water that's in Fortnite.
Oh.
Because Unreal has made a water system that is like, it would take me way too long to figure out how to make one just as good or even close to as good.
We don't need to do a custom water system right now. Like that's not a lot of that stuff's not things that we necessarily need. It's future roadmap if we get big enough to have our own development team.
We don't need our own water system. This system is amazing. Like,
there we go.
I don't know if you've seen some of the stuff that they put together, but there's one guy, his whole job for like half a year was just trying to make a really cool lighthouse scene. And he has like waves and storms and all sorts of crazy stuff with the water system. Like this water system is incredibly robust, specifically in the optimization. Like the further out, it creates new grids and it creates different sizes very dynamically.
Yeah.
I mean, judging from what I've played with, I think they've used a lot of the logic from PCG to make it all work really well.
I mean, Unreal is used for building crazy sets in movies now. So not surprising that it can look good with what's built in there.
Yeah. And this water system is actually still an experimental, which they typically tell you not to use experimental features. But specifically with the water, they're like, we use it in Fortnite. It's experimental, but you can use it. We want you to use it. Like, we don't plan on changing things underneath you. Is kind of what the experience, the experiment. I've lost the word.
It's okay.
Yeah. Usually, you don't want to ship those, but they explicitly say use the water, and it's probably because it doesn't matter the size of your team. Nobody's good enough at water as the guy that's been working on this.
That makes sense.
I have a lot of the textures aren't being read on the items for some reason. That's why they look funny.
Ah. Oh, I will say that when we do inevitably add some sort of player trade or auction house type thing in the game, we have a pretty solid way of combating botting. Like, it's a very elegant way. But
we'll get a leave confirmation before you get to join, Maple. Don't worry. Okay. It's just not for Jeff. He doesn't get one.
because it's more fun to watch me accidentally escape.
Yep. Well, and it's also more fun for me to realize that I could probably turn it around faster. I like to challenge myself so I can keep growing. That's part of it too. Like realizing I can shut off the game session. That's a much better way of going than actually resetting the whole server. Look at you go.
Yeah, I'm getting used to this as I walk into an invisible barrier.
Watch out for those invisible barriers. It's probably a stick. If you had looked, it probably was a stick.
See, there's this little ledge here. Come back. I'll show you. In the terrain generation, it makes like a mini cliff.
Oh, yeah.
And you just walk against it.
Yeah, that's a cliff. Yeah. This is okay. So this right here is one of the things that I was concentrating on when I was trying to make it so that the climbing was based on you moving forward. If it's trying to climb when you move forward and hit something, then it starts to work towards the, mantling, vaulting sort of mechanics.
Yeah.
Give and take. We'll figure it out. We'll find the balance.
Climbing feels good right now. There's a couple of like odd spots that it gets weird.
Yeah. But there's a lot of work that needs to go into the terrain, which I think will fix that.
Yeah, exactly. I was going to say, I feel like the climbing isn't the problem anymore.
Yeah.
If only Beans could see this.
Well, other than the fact that I can't see you climb.
Yeah, but
we'll get
there. And the fact that I just climbed up onto nothingness.
Yeah, this rock is clearly not doing well. Excuse me. It's funny that you haven't found anything else yet.
Have you?
No. I mean, the mushrooms, but you were there.
Yeah.
You found those eventually.
I am intentionally heading in ways that I don't think I've gone before.
Well, that's good, because I'm all turnaround.
Vault Hunter should tell you that I'm usually pretty good at finding my way through things.
Yes.
Right, Lothar? Who needs a compass?
Quite effective. But this doesn't have rooms for you to remember that you went left twice and north once.
But it does have key features of the terrain that I can use.
For now.
So, yeah. Well, right now the map is the same, right? So I can look at the mountains and I can see the tallest mountain is over there. I can see the red tree is over there. So if I keep it on my left, I'm heading in a way that I haven't gone before. Because I was always on the right side of it.
Well, you know what that means.
Jump down.
You revealed you have some logic, which means I'm going to have to change it on you next week.
Oh, I know. I know. I look forward to it. But that's how I can explore a map. Which is actually really good because you have enough key features on a map, even though it doesn't have a lot, that I can actually identify the area that I'm in. And that's what you want when you're designing this.
Yeah. Well, there's a number of smaller objects that are going to be harder to find, but they're around. They may or may not have other interactions available. Many of them do.
Is there like a weird giant leaf thing Or is that just a tree rendering weird? No, it's just a tree. Looked like one leaf.
It's probably a really particular location for the billboard to kick
Oh,
out.
I went through the floor.
Uh-oh. You stuck in there?
I don't know.
Did you go through the floor because of a stick? I bet you went because of the stick. That's hilarious. Still down there?
Yeah, I'm still down there.
Yeah. Seeing all the errors saying you can't move.
No, I am inside a giant boulder. This is funny.
Can you get yourself out? I'm gonna guess no.
Are you able to drop a stick?
Yeah. You open up your inventory and right click on it. And then it floats in the air.
Oh, I did the same thing again. I hit the escape button to
Go back in.
close my inventory.
Oh, Jeff.
It's muscle memory. Stupid vault hunters. Trying
It's
to
funny because I don't like how escape is how you close menus usually. Getting out of the game makes sense, but closing menus. Let me sign back in.
We were gonna have to restart it anyways because I could not get out of that boulder. I fell through and I was
That's
in
fair.
it.
Yeah, that happened to me last time. My guess is
I need to
there's a
stop opening the inventory.
momentary glitch. If you hit tab again, it closes again.
Oh, I know that. I was doing it fine for a while, but now my fingers, because I've gotten so comfortable with the game, they go into that default mode of like, okay, I'm trying to do this quickly, and I just want to do the thing.
Welcome back. Bad gateway. Don't tell me that. Into the fleet. The game session.
So if I did character right now, would it work?
No. No, and I'm not sure why. I haven't quite figured out what's wrong with it. But now, this week I did get the sort of prerequisites figured out. So like I know how travel's working now. So I know what kind of travel I'm doing, which means I know what I can use to pass the information around.
Got it.
But it doesn't currently pass it around well. So I've got to figure that out. But it wasn't my big focus this week. This week was all about
Getting connection.
database. Well, the database. I did put a lot of time into getting you to connect, but
Can I join
I
game?
learned about. I mean, I don't think it'll work.
Nope.
I mean, it might work.
No, it won't.
Okay. Should be kicking me off soon. There it goes. Completed. There. Except that I'm running around serverless now. All right, so yeah, deleting the game session doesn't necessarily help either. Good to know. Good to know. It's got to kick me back somehow.
Time to hit the escape key.
Oh yeah, I did. But because there's no server, it's taking a second. Actually, you know what? That's what I'll do. Yep. Okay. Let me write this down one sec. I know what I'm going to do for you, bud.
What are you going to do for me?
All right. I'll fix your escape key problems.
Right now?
No.
Oh, it's gonna be like, how are you
That
gonna
would
do
mean I'd
that
have to
type of
upgrade a new
magic?
build for you. Yeah, that'd be cool. But am I putting in the right? No, it wasn't. There we go. Kick off a game session. Kick off a game session.
Join.
Kick off a game session. No. No, it doesn't seem like canceling the game session did the trick.
You have to start a new one.
I have to launch the server again.
I'm
But we
sorry.
only just did that, so I probably still have the same auth code. Let's find
I'm sorry, everyone. My hands just are defaulting back to where they think they should be.
63D. Same auth code. Go ahead and join.
Yeah.
I mean, that in itself was a lot of work this week, so I'm glad it was so smooth that time. Look at that.
Yeah.
Nice.
You're right. It is why user testing is important. And I am a good user tester. That made no sense. But you know what I mean. I'm really looking forward to getting someone else in this game, though.
Well, but when I get some UI for the destructive actions, that'll help.
Bam.
Dun, 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 dun. All right, which way have we not gone yet, Mr. Manzies?
Debating on which way we should go right now.
Because we keep coming back to the center. I bet a lot of the cool stuff's on the outside,
Probably.
since we're not seeing much of it.
Let's just run along the water. It's probably faster than trying
All
to
right,
climb things, right?
sure. Should be able to see up the cliffs pretty well.
So I was thinking. You have a better idea of what we're looking for.
Yeah, but that's not going to help. I have no idea where it is.
No, but
Once you'll see it, it'll stand out. It's not a tree, so.
fair enough.
Jeff really wanted to be able to quit, so I made it so he could.
In terms of POIs that I have seen before, we have the tower, the stall, the mushrooms,
Mm-hmm.
the big tree, and then there's like the ladder lookout thing. We didn't see
That's
it.
gone.
That's gone now? Okay.
Yeah, I've got rid of those and put the stalls in. So those are the stalls now.
Got it.
Initially, I'd put those in place of what the stalls were gonna be, and then I was like, nah, I'm gonna start doing stalls.
how
So
are
I got
you-
those back in there.
How are you able to ignore, like, this is just calling me? Like, I just feel the need to go in here.
How can I ignore that?
Yeah, how do you just run by these things?
Because I do this every night before bed.
Fair enough. I have to. I can't not go in here. You're like, man, whatever. Let's keep running. Run along the water.
No, I'm just running wherever you are, man. I'm playing for you because I do this part every night. It's so much fun. So I get it.
I'm also so
I'm climbing in.
upset that I can't play this without you. Like I can't just boot it up and go.
Yes, I know. It is a complication of our current setup. But that's part of where once I can get onto the EC2 fleet, I can also make you an account so you can log in and launch them yourself.
Yeah, but it'll use up our time.
Well, you get like 125 hours a month, which I figured out that if we're only launching the server once a week, even if we're doing it for 15 hours at a time, we're not going to catch up to that. So.
But isn't it per player? So when
No, I think it's the server, based on what I've been reading the pricing. Granted, it's not always super clear on how things are priced, but from what I can tell, we should be well under that if it's just the two of us. And even still, that's only 30 hours a week for 4 weeks. 30 times, that's 120. So both of us for 15 hours a day could be on the server and still not go over that.
fair enough.
The Amazon free tier is actually really nice. I would say it's comparable to what Unreal offers in terms of like development, no development costs, and once your game launches, actually having something that's worthwhile, then start charging you. So, Jeff, what I'll do is I'll make it so that you have to press and hold escape
There
for
you
it to
go.
do something. That'll be super easy to do, and then I won't have to worry about things I don't need to worry about in the future.
Yep. Press and hold for 2 seconds.
Yeah. That's a good one. Nice modification. Oh, you know what's even... Let me know if you find one of the return stones, because I bet you... I think there's something on the starting island that you haven't found because you simply haven't wandered around it at all. Actually, I found a return stone. I'm gonna go try.
Okay.
Parkour. Where did it go? Oh, I went above it.
Now like super invested in your stream to see what it is that is there.
Oh, that went back to the center. That's not taking me back to the island.
Guess you're gonna have to run to the island.
Ah, cred. All right. Okay, where's the sun? Sun's coming up over there, so the island's over on this side. See, that's the mapping that I know. I know which way the sun moves, so I can get us back to the starting island. Do 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 do. The thing that is there is at least one other, or a couple others, I think, somewhere out here on the map too. Put one on the starting island so I can test it.
Nice.
But I hid it on the other side of the trees, so you wouldn't necessarily know it was there.
And then typical me, because the bag is so glitchy, it's really fun to put it on, so I just want to put it on as fast as possible so I can go sliding.
Yep. And because the glowing stone is just call in your name.
Oh, I genuinely
it
literally has everything to do with the bag. I put the bag on and
Yeah.
I go flying around, and then when I jump into the map, I go flying way off course from when I spawn in, and it's just too fun. It makes me want to skateboard.
I'm like running over waves right now.
I could literally play this game every night, and it has nothing to do. It's ridiculous.
I know, isn't it funny? I know my daughter's like, I want to play. I'm like, there's nothing in it, right? I need to work on it more. She's like, but I want to play it. I want to go look for stuff. I'm like, but I haven't put things in to look for.
But it feels like they're there. The best part of it.
But what if I lose my biggest fans because you guys are too antsy to get in there?
I keep trying to hold the mouse click when I'm falling and I want to grab something. I'm like, I just want to hold it because the tension of sliding down the wall is there. I'm like, grab it, grab it, grab it. So I always press and hold to try and grab. And of course it doesn't work. I don't think it's the right
make
move.
it work.
I don't think it needs to. I do appreciate the running mechanic though. That makes me happy.
That's the goal. That's kind of because that's just the way that I sort of work. As you point things out, I'm like, oh, I need, I'm cooking breakfast, right? And so what's something easy and quick I can do while my breakfast finishes cooking? So then I sit down and I'm like, oh, okay, I'll make the light work properly with replication, or I'll give Jeff a menu for quitting, which worked until I added a menu for the lobby, and then I had to break it. So, these little things are things I like to come back to. When we start getting people in, that's when I'd like to be able to have the bandwidth that I can start making things faster. What do I do about bots on Twitch? Do I do something with that guy?
You can enter moderator chat mode.
Bum, 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 bum.
Oops. I hit the wrong button. I gave him moderator status for like half a second. Could have done
Yeah, I was wondering about that. I'm like, that doesn't seem like the right move, but okay. I was like, does moderator have some cheat checks or something? I don't know.
No, that was just literally me hitting the wrong button. It seems to be a common thing tonight.
Well, then you need to go find that guy's channel. That's what he's there for. This is a place to learn about our game. So, we're going into a future where botting is going to be a prevalent part of everything. We already know that there's tons of bots in social media, but now even Facebook's going to be throwing their own bots in.
Yeah.
To keep it interesting. We're soon going to live at a time where you can't tell if whatever you're talking to is human or not, just because the playground's for everybody.
And it's true. And that's why genuine interaction is going to be far more important.
Which is the sort of main reason that we're focused on like streaming and stuff.
Yeah,
because it's group play and things like that.
and why face cams make a big difference. Not that that's going to be a differentiator for long, let's be honest.
I mean, there's still plenty of subtle signs that
True.
are hard for AI to break.
Look, I have a hand. Guys, no.
Yeah,
Look
good
how the
one.
fingers go.
Another really good one is the color inside my mouth isn't super black. It's an easy one for AI not to be able to do. Get decent lighting inside the mouth. Okay, sun there. So island somewhere.
Yeah, I'm just going to take a second here. I just really want to make sure I properly unmodded the person.
Fair. Comes back and then everything's worse. No!
Yeah.
He's unstoppable.
No, we're good.
Then again, it's a bot. He doesn't know what to do with this new privilege.
Yeah, but maybe they do.
What if?
Yeah. We only have one moderator right now. And it's Manly, and that's because he asked for it.
Nice.
Can I be a moderator? I'm like, okay.
Sure.
That easy on our stream.
So teach your bots how to ask for moderator status. Welcome. I think I went to the wrong corner.
Oh, look at you, mister. I use the sun to direct myself.
Yep, I do. Direct myself in the wrong corner. Interesting. Well, it can't be that corner.
That's an interesting tree. I like it. It's very straight.
Gotta be this direction.
Does it though?
Maple, your credentials are already well processed.
Yeah.
And yes, it does, because if I turn left 3 times, I will eventually find it. That's how squares work.
But would you have time to get there?
29 minutes? We'll see. Maybe not before dark, but I'm sure I'll find it there. It's funny, I forgot I set that to set the return stones to go back to the... It's meant to be taking you back to where your sort of entry point is, right? So like you enter the map onto the spawn island, but when you go through the stone portal, it is going to take you to a location that is different from everyone else because it's based on your history. And so that's what I think I set the return stones to do that too. Which is not the same loop we were talking about. All right, so now I'm going to use the tree, and I'm confident I'm going in the right direction.
Heard that one before.
That's why I said I'm confident. I'd say it's certain. This is a house always wins sort of bet. Okay.
No, okay.
Where? Oh, where
Here's the starting
are the
island.
wonderful things? Wee, wee.
I'd laugh if I was like closer to it than you were. Just like look
Oh,
off.
that'd be awesome.
Like, oh, there we go.
That would be the best. Well, now that you're there, let me show you where you should go.
I'm bouldering.
It would be hilarious if I went exactly the wrong way from the island. Because I don't think 26 minutes is long enough to walk all the way around the world.
right now, while we're testing, I like that it has the little green box that tells me I've tried to climb something. Please leave that on.
Okay. Sure. I set it up so that it's a input of the function. It's a toggle on and off.
It's very nice because then I know when it's something that I should be able to do, and it's just not letting me.
Good call. Mm-mm-mm-mm.
It's starting to get dark.
Am I running towards the sunset? That would be a huge mistake.
Bam, 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 ba-doom. I'm still looking for interesting things. I found a cool stone archway, like an overhang that
Ooh.
led underground. It was really neat.
Nice. That's fun.
These are really flat rocks. It's cool.
Oh, there it is. I see the starting island. Woohoo! I was going the right way.
Yay.
Looks like the main island's a little far from it right now, so give me a second.
So is this the visibility that we're expecting to keep? Like or are we going to add a deeper fog?
Probably both, honestly. Think about it in seasonality terms.
Yeah, weather
Sometimes
events.
it'll probably be harder to see. Sometimes it'll be easier, or probably this. I kind of like where this is at right now. So
I really do.
know that it'll get more clear.
I think this is like a perfect amount. That's why I was asking. Because it's enough that I can
Yeah.
see things in the distance that catch my eye and make me want to go to them. But not so much that I can clearly tell what something is. So sometimes I'm like, oh, it was just a tree. I just was chasing a tree.
Perfect. Yeah, I like it because even this, like even the starting island, I don't know if you saw when I noticed it, but like right now you can still barely tell that there's an island out there.
Yeah.
You're getting a much clearer idea, but always meant to keep you from knowing too much.
We need to make like a really weird invisible pathway situation to get back to that island. That's always going to be out there. And if you fall off the pathway, you instantly get like just destroyed by sea creatures.
Eaten by sharks.
And then there's like a single achievement that you get for going back to the island during a game.
Yeah, I can dig that.
These are the types of ridiculous things that we think of, guys.
Yeah, we have lots of silly ideas. Ones that will definitely end up in the game. Because you'll enjoy the silliness. I promise.
Let me climb the rock if it's green. Thank you. I've been scouring the edge of the island.
Scour away, my friend.
3 days have passed, and I have not found a thing. The only companion I have is a little white orb that has decided to follow me. I know not where it came from, but I appreciate its friendliness.
It is quite friendly. Bleep, 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 bleep. Bleep, 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 bleep.
Ugh.
I'm almost there.
Quick, hit escape.
Now's the time. Although, wouldn't it be funny if I hit it inside the rock? Like inside the island? Because I didn't need it anymore. But it's still there.
That would be very funny. You'd have to use a stick.
Use the stick stuck method and try to get inside the rock. Dun 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 dun. Going up the side.
Yep. I'll be right back. My daughter needs some water.
Roger. All right, where did my little object go? Dun 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 dun. Where is my... I made it here. I had it on the other side at one point. I moved it over here at one point, and then I didn't want Jeff to see it, so I moved it again. Where did I put it? Where's my dingus? You know it was in the outliner, so it should still be here. I may have moved it into the ground temporarily. That was silly of me. It is not here anymore. Darn it. Means we gotta go find him out there. So which way have we not gone yet? I went all around that side, so let's go. I'm glad, Maple. I'm really excited for it to come together too. I'm really excited. Like, this is so much fun to show off, but I also am very excited to get you guys in. Get some of your expertise in here. Because it's, kind of, so I guess one of the big concepts that I was thinking about this week to try and explain this a little bit is we have, sort of nice visual concepts around like MMOs that are visual or theme park MMOs versus like a social sandbox MMO. And I guess to compare, to sort of stretch the analogy a little bit, ours is going to be more along the lines of like a playground, I want to say. So it's not so much a theme park, because one downside to the theme park, of course, is that once you've ridden everything, it's like, okay, now what? Versus this isn't an MMO, so social MMO doesn't quite fit either. But the social side of things is very important. And so Yeah, so I think in concept, it's more of a playground. There's going to be a lot of cool stuff that you want to engage with, a lot of cool stuff you want to do, but you aren't expected to do everything. It's not about doing everything, especially every time.
It would be impossible to do everything every time.
Well, exactly, which is why I'm akinning it to a playground as opposed to, you know, the concept of like a theme park.
That's a good analogy. Playground versus theme park. So, what is it that is on the starting island that...
Oh, I couldn't find it there. I must have moved it or something. So I'm trying to explore a side that we haven't walked around. So I can find more things.
I found a return stone.
It's going to take you to the center.
Yeah.
Spoilers. Return you to where you spawned in to the area.
You know what you should do? I don't know how hard this would be. But the things that you add in at nighttime, they should glow. Just at least for now.
Hey, slow down. That's how dark vision works.
So just give us a dark vision toggle.
Yeah, when it's in there.
Well, just make things glow now and then figure out the toggle later.
No, I've got to get the meshes done, then I've got to do the materials, then I'll be able to make things glow for you.
I like how I say something like it's going to be the easiest thing to add in, and I know it's not at all.
Yeah, that's right.
At least I'm not unrealistic. You say no, and I'm like, okay.
Well, because I did that for a while, where I was like, ooh, this is a cool thing. Let's see if I can do that thing. And then I did. And I was like, cool. But now I can't shove that into the game because it's been made in a sterile side project to see if I could. And now I'm trying to stay focused on the single project instead of running around with fun little experiments.
Is there a way to build those experiments so they could get brought into the main thing, or no? They always just don't combine well.
I mean, they're getting built as they come into the main thing. Kind of the way to look at it.
Okay, so you kind of learn what you need to do to make it work.
Yeah,
so it's easier to implement.
Yeah, I've built a ton of little projects, side projects, to see if mechanics and things that I want to do are possible. And now it's a matter of like actually building it so that it fits into the game, and then we get to test the final test is it feasible? So like possible, sure, but does it actually work in multiplayer or the experience? Blah 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 blah. Because you've shown me already that climbing, though it was really pretty for the last couple of weeks by myself, is now much better that you can do it. And then next week, when we both do it, we'll look like we're doing it. So that'll be nice too.
It doesn't look that bad right now.
No, when you watch me climb.
Oh, yes. Sorry.
Now I'm not gonna, probably won't put much time tightening up your hand placement until I've finished doing models and meshes.
That makes sense, because why tweak it for something that...
Yeah. Tiny nuance decisions that need to be made. I'm only finally at the point where I know what sort of templated shapes and things I want to work with when it comes to everything. Because it's all interlocking now.
Guess what? I did tab twice.
Nice.
It's a big win. I don't know why I hit it in the first place, but...
Sure. Do you want me to come tuck you in? Your call.
Snorlax pajamas.
Going to work tomorrow? Okay. Sounds good.
some of the terrain still is very dark for me, but the ambient light is much better.
Yeah, I do want it to be dark, but our light should be working better too. So that's part of it.
Yeah. But like trees in the distance, their color is off. They almost
Yes,
feel
that's
like
the billboard.
they almost feel like they're glowing.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. The red is way too bright, but I tweaked that on purpose so I could see where that line is, just to make sure that I'm doing the LODs right. Sort of oversaturated.
Ah, okay.
Just a dial to fix it. But when I do more of the terrain stuff.
Man, I don't know what I'm looking for, but I am not seeing it at all.
That's exciting. Which means all week he's going to have to wonder, what is it he can't find yet?
It's nothing.
And then there'll be new things, and he'll be like, I don't know what to look for. How exciting.
We should do a Where's Waldo style thing. As you add POIs, make little YouTube shorts of them, so we can post them throughout the week, and then it's like, this is what we're looking for in the stream. This is what Jeff's hunting for.
So, should I call them all vaults so that you're vault hunting?
Yes. So that we can also get sued for copyright.
I mean, you're not doing it right if you're not getting sued, I suppose, right?
Exactly. I don't know why, but for some reason I keep expecting. Sorry.
Bugging.
Sorry about that. I keep expecting to like come around the corner and find a giant mountain that is actually a mushroom.
I like it.
It's just in my head. I think it's because of like when I'm looking at the shape of these things.
Mm-hmm.
Right now it's perfectly framed. If you look at my stream, that tree kind of makes the stem of the mushroom.
How am I supposed to look at your stream?
I don't know. Fix your DNS stuff.
I don't have time for that right now. I'm streaming.
Well,
also, it's currently fixed. That's why it blocks so many things.
but it shouldn't block us. We're family friendly mostly.
I mean, I don't know. I don't know what's being done there. You go find out from your Google overlords what exactly it is that it's so important to block. Because it's a rule that's following. So it doesn't block all YouTube, just some. I don't know why some.
Live is considered bad. I don't know.
I wonder if that's the pattern. All the ones I look at are recorded live videos, maybe? That don't work?
Because anything can happen live, right?
Yeah, because like that one guy you sent me, I forget what his name is. One of the guys that's pretty funny. His never worked for me.
I have no idea which one you're talking about. I send you a lot of random things.
He does a lot of songs, keyboard. Funny guy. I don't know how to tell you.
Oh yeah. Okay, yeah. I know who you're talking about.
Most of his videos don't work for me.
That would make sense. His are a little bit more eccentric, we'll call it, sometimes.
I have no idea what it's checking to say that one's not good, but he's seen your Snorlax deck. There's nothing family friendly there.
You mean my garbage deck? That's its actual name? It's not Snorlax.
Yeah,
it's garbage.
trash.
Snorlax just likes to go through the trash to find his apples. Because he doesn't
He's
like to waste
trashing.
the apples. But then the trash gets mad at him for taking the trash, and the trash throws the trash at something else. that is the story of that deck. And sometimes there's other things that
Beautiful.
garbage, like fans and helmets and headbands.
Don't want the headbands in the garbage.
No. The headbands are actually in there so that I can fix some of the funny little math. Bonus 10 damage when you attack. Means doing the 210 damage. There's a lot of Pokemon that have 210 health.
Your expertise is showing.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Such a nerd.
I love it. I got obsessed with Magic for a while, like Magic the Gathering.
Yeah.
But at one point when I was moving, I was like, this is a lot of cards to move. I think I'm just gonna have to put this to the wayside.
And that's why you get people to move you for you.
I had a contract job when I worked for Google, so I didn't have the same luxury.
Fair. It's not like my Snorlax deck is the Stallax deck. That's not family friendly. The number of profanities you'll hear out of people's mouths when they go up against that is absurd. It's a really tall tree. Just like straight shot sticky tree.
Nice. There we go.
As in it has a lot of stick in it.
All the stick.
Because sticks are wood, get it? I'm funny. I'll be here all night. Or maybe not. Maybe people are just gonna kick me out now for that bad joke.
I mean, when we randomly make whoever we want moderators, we'll see what happens. It's a little more of a gamble. Are you going to get banned or moderated? Which one is it? Promotion or ban? Promotion or ban?
God.
Jokes as trash as that deck.
So true. Should put you on a timeout, which will likely end up in you being a moderator. Okay, that cliff face looks like a rhinoceros.
Ooh. I wasn't trying to put the skulls in until later. Dun, 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 dun. 3 minutes, Jeff. Find anything good yet?
Nope. I found a lot of interesting terrain.
It's funny because I wonder how much of it we just ran past.
Probably a lot.
Yeah.
This is why I should be able to fly.
No. There's a huge perception change when you suddenly can get the objective view of the map.
I agree. The map
And
is
it's
so
something I
much more
wanna
interesting
find.
to me right now when I'm climbing around than it was when I was in the fly mode that I had at the beginning.
Exactly. And like, it works all the way around. Like, if you think about it, the simplicity of the world being round, the simplicity of our solar system being a disk, a lot of that has to do with the fact that we have a very objective view of how we're looking at it. Because the world rotates on a off-tilter sort of circle, and then in theory, the world would be chasing the star through space, so it probably isn't a disk so much. But this is where, the objective view has to be a bit more discussed, Does that make sense?
I think so.
With the talk and build the objective view together, as opposed to you just get to see it and tell everyone how it works.
Show, don't tell.
No, I want people to have to tell.
Tell and show.
No, because if you fly, you show. I don't want you showing. You gotta tell.
Tell
It's gotta
then.
be social. You gotta make it social.
Tell then show.
Look, Mister.
I'm laughing
not
so
gonna
hard
fly.
I'm shaking my camera.
You're not getting the fly power, all right?
I see a rope. Why do I see a rope?
Oof. Run up to the rope just in time to teleport away.
Joke's on me, it was a tree.
Ah, tree rope.
Just a very sticky tree.
Mm.
Still have 30 seconds.
Hurry, quick. Find your exit. Do you have your exit buddy?
No.
Oh, he's really far away.
Went in a different direction than I did.
We didn't use the buddy program. No.
Sean, I'm coming for you. Reach out your hand and turn your light orb on.
Huh. Stayed in the air as long as I could. My hands were out.
So I walked a large amount of the perimeter.
Yeah, a good some of the stuff we're looking for is on the hillsides. So like between the lower water area and the plains itself, which is also a fairly bumpy section of terrain. So it might be a little more difficult to
I have an
locate
idea.
them.
I have an idea.
Bold idea.
I didn't go on the teleporter.
I know, I see this. Interesting. It's a long ways to the shore. But
You told me there was something on this island.
I know, and I went and checked it, and it's not there. So it's,
But then I just had coordinates pop up in the top left corner. Something happened.
oh, because I used the portal. It's a print string to make sure I'm getting the right values out of it.
Stuck on a
There's
tree.
lot of them. Okay, he went that way.
I'm coming for you, Sean.
He's coming.
You better hide.
I'm in the middle of the water. Oh, there he is. I saw him. I saw him. Run. Run.
I'm gonna get you.
Gotta get out of there.
Loose parkour is better. So what button is it to bring out my sword?
I want no, because I want to do it the other way. I want you to get attacked by monsters and then want a sword.
I really thought you were gonna say escape.
Yeah, that's the button. Yeah, you want the sword?
Right on your tail.
No.
Really unfortunate to fall in that hole. I got you.
Ah, I wasn't looking back. I didn't want to know how close you were. I was like, am I losing him? I try it. And then your foot popped up, or your head popped up right as my foot was about to go up the wall.
That was funny.
There's no monsters in this, but that startled me a little bit.
You know there's no monsters, but then there was me.
You were a lot closer than I thought you were.
I climbed up and was at the higher level when you were running around. So all I had to do was
Oh.
jump down at you and cut you off.
So it was my clever trick wasn't as clever. It
No.
had already been out-clevered me.
But this is a fun rock. And now I have no idea where you went.
Yeah. Because you went up over there. I'm over here. Is that good navigation?
Yeah, it's beautiful. I know exactly where you are now. Thank you.
You follow my direction now.
My goal is to find these sudden weird POIs.
You can do it, buddy. I believe in you.
Okay, so I see the tower over there. So in relation to a tower, the towers can spawn higher up than these other ones that we're missing, right?
Let's see. The tower, the tree. I want to say that one's down lower. Yeah, the tower and the trees, I think, are the higher ones. No, stalls are up high too.
Okay.
Where was the stall? Is that up high?
I think so. So I need to go down lower.
Oh yeah. So most of what we haven't seen yet is down into the hills. So between the plains and the water.
So once I get up high enough that there's grass for me to run around on, I'm too high.
I mean, there's grass all the way up the hillside.
Like
But when
grass.
it becomes more walking than climbing.
Yeah, that's what I said. Grass that I can run around on.
Okay.
That's too high. Or is that like the right height?
No, that's too high.
Okay.
Should be too high. That area, so like those flat portions there, those are, we're calling them plains at the moment.
Okay.
And essentially that would be when we teleport in from our portal over there on the starting island, we're currently falling somewhere in the middle of the map. Ultimately we'll be falling over the plains. So
Got it.
each plane is meant to sort of link up with every player's exit in previous matches.
Got it. So if I'm running along the edge of the plains and looking down, that's probably the best way for me to find what we're missing.
I don't know. It's hard to say. The rock's pretty big. Probably, I mean, by design, you're not supposed to get a lot of vision without having to explore.
Yeah.
So, it's hard to say what the best strategy is right now.
And you know that they're there? I'm not just looking for nothing?
No, I made sure they were there before I packed the build. Because last week we went looking for, or 2 weeks ago we were looking for them, but they weren't there. That was embarrassing. So that wasn't going to happen again.
That's why I was asking. So it's actually really interesting then. What we're looking for spawns exactly in the area that I keep getting. I'm like, how do you ignore this area? It looks so enticing to go after. And
Yeah,
that's
it's in that intricate hilly area.
Which you can walk
Mhm.
around on, but it's very unstable and there's a lot of like climbing and bouncing and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Some of my
And a
favorite.
lot of little caves into the center.
Okay, I just walked up a rock and it felt like it was a pillar, and because the texture was weird, it looked like it kind of had runes on it, and it felt like there was like this ancient temple that had fallen underneath me, and I loved it. Just as an FYI.
Good to know. There are lots of places that runes will show up later.
I know. I'm also terrified of sticks in the ground now.
Because they can ground you.
Yeah, they can boulder me.
Clever. Clever guy. Over
The rainbow.
the rainbow. Yeah.
You told me to ignore the underground because my light doesn't work.
Yeah, and it hasn't changed since last time. You'll find little blue flowers in there.
Do remember that.
My notes for the underground keep growing, but I have not had time to put into it yet. I have a lot of different things I kind of want to try. We're probably going to goof off with the underground a bit. Try different things. And maybe we end up landing on like seasonal options or something.
Feel like that makes sense. If I'm down near the water, am I too low? Or could it spawn there?
It could spawn pretty low, and if you're, at least from what I saw in some of my run-throughs, if you're down on the water, it might actually be easier to spot most things because you actually have a better view up the cliff. You can usually see around most of the rocks better from down below.
Okay. Is it a little bunny?
Do you see a bunny?
No.
Oh, man, that'd be cool if it spawned. I mean, it might be cool if it spawns. If it gets possessed by an AI, it might be a little scary because not all the animations are hooked up yet. So it could get a little terrifying what happens there. It's funny when you're doing animation or when you're working on game development and don't finish an asset. All sorts of nonsense that come from it.
And it may or may not be in there.
It may or may not do something fun.
I love that when you're just like, it might be in the game. I don't really know if it's going to show up though.
Well, some of that stuff that I was kind of working on in like those lab scenarios, some of it I tried to get back in there, tried to find a nice way to adapt. Some of it may have happened, but especially now that the server stuff is getting set up, the real tests are harder to do, or at least they take a little longer to get ready to do.
Yeah.
Not everything gets tested in the editor sessions anymore. So there are a number of things that I just try, and then you and I playing is us testing them out.
True. And I feel like over the past couple days, we've gotten pretty good at running a quick test.
Well, definitely. And then today we figured out how to actually do it properly. So
Yeah, there were a lot of server issues up until like this afternoon.
I know it's almost going to be a repeat of the last 2 weeks.
We pulled through.
We managed to do it, and now we've got it set up in a very logical, predictable way that we want. So stable, yay! I like this little ridge. I'm gonna have to make sure those stay there. That is neat.
There's a lot about the terrain that I really enjoy.
Which is hilarious because I did such a lazy job on getting more detail added in. I was like, do it quick. That's what we need. And then I wrote the process down so I could, add to it later. But for now,
But
it didn't take much to add a lot of interest.
yeah, like once you get rid of the like round shapes of all the boulders building the mountains, and you can smooth it out a bit, and it feels a little bit more natural. The terrain's going to be phenomenal.
Thanks. How'd you like it?
Because it feels unnatural but familiar right now, which is kind of like what we set out to do.
Right.
Like when I look at it, I'm like, it feels like it's a real world. It feels genuine. Like it feels believable, but it also doesn't feel like it's a place I would ever be able to go to.
That sounds about like what we wanted then.
Yeah, and now you get some interesting plant life going on in there, and some interesting like other things to make it feel a little bit more magical, and then we're just laughing.
Well, a lot of that I plan on slowly, like at some point. So I'm a goofball. I like reveals. I don't know. Maybe it's the like gaming thing that Marshall does from How I Met Your Mother. But as we start getting players into it, and it's not just you that I'm adding things for. My anticipation is to always have some sort of foliage type thing or something else that gets added to the map with each new thing. Almost a subtle clue to those that are paying attention that there's suddenly more things.
I like it. I also like that you're
Which,
sharing it with the people that are likely going to be the ones that are playtesting it and trying that out.
yeah.
But
Well,
I also think
don't
that's
know, it might continue on for quite a while. So like I'm telling these people now, and then they're going to be the experts that actually realize it going forward.
but it's also a testament to like the idea of even with patch notes and stuff in the future when it's a fully developed entity, right? The patch notes aren't going to reveal everything that changes. They're going to reveal the important things that impact a player's experience of the game. But there's also going to be mystery involved.
Well, hey there, Manly. Well, exactly. I think every patch note's going to end with "and more" or something like that.
Hey, Manly.
Or maybe we even put in there that's like, "Oh, we added this new tree," and we never say it, but like every time we add a new tree, people know. After a while, people know. That means something else got added. Welcome, Manly. Good to see you, buddy.
You finally made it.
Is everyone sleeping?
We're currently vault hunting.
Nice. Vault with Lothar. That sure takes us back.
I totally forget. Did I move all my stuff off your front yard, or is it still sitting there?
The worst squatter ever. You stop squatting.
Oh, I will come back. Don't worry. As I said, things are telling Lothar this because he was more supportive than you were by being here early. Just kidding.
Called out.
With things starting to stabilize, I'm going to be a little bit more open to being able to play from time to time. Then I will maybe finally move in instead of just living on the front yard.
See what you did, Jeff?
It's okay. He gifted some subs too. He can't cancel them all. Manly, you're like their best supporter. I love you.
Yeah, that too. Longest sub.
Yep. Look, we have dad mugs.
Okay, back to the vault, he said. That is now cold coffee. Whoops.
Mine's empty. It was not coffee.
Lucky you.
Mine had to be cold when I drank it.
Good. Oh, the other dad drink.
Yeah, the other dad drink. Water.
Oh, Manly's is bourbon, so we know that.
It was not bourbon. I successfully didn't hit escape again.
Yay!
I'm so proud of myself.
I need to write it down to be the first thing I do.
On one hand, the match length feels very long. Just based on the overall thing. But on the other hand, I have to keep reminding myself that you can leave at any time.
Yes.
And there's no penalty to doing so.
Exactly. It's all part of that independent play, right?
Yeah.
As much as I love team games, coupling everyone's success together is a little toxic these days.
It's just trees in the distance, glowing red, drawing my eye and my ire.
I might have to keep that, hide a few billboards in there that are just like really awkward looking. You'll never find the tree. You'll see it in the distance, but you'll never actually find it.
I think it's a good thing. Like some of them just draw you in.
Well, exactly. That way people are always wondering if there's something they missed.
And there always is.
But finding things all the time.
Yeah, the time does go by fast even in there. Like I genuinely am losing track of time while I'm playing. And so I can only imagine how much more or how much faster it'll feel once there are things, which is a good point.
Yes. Well, one big consideration I have is I've noticed, at least with my daughter getting into some games, there's a huge difference between a game where you can be social and a social platform where sometimes there's games. And like Roblox is more of a social platform where you can choose to game in it. Like you don't have to game. So one of the big proponents of match-based is I want to make sure that there is a sort of pressure to keep playing the game, not necessarily just to hang out, because that's where online spaces get weird.
Yeah.
I don't want to make a weird online space. There are weird online spaces. Go there. This is going to be a fun one. And I would love to put a team together at some point that is, our families. So it would be great to see all the things we can accomplish when we confidently know our kids can play in the game. Actually, that's another point of UI that I want to make. Um, Jeff noticed in the sign up that I asked for birth date, and on login it pulls that information back because with the UI that is super configurable, one of the layers I want to put in that's not as configurable is that some of those options aren't available under a certain age. Right? It kind of correlates with the whole like you can't stream yet, so you don't necessarily have some of the streaming features. Partly because I also want to see what I can do to push these things, which, you know, when you have kids, it opens up weird doors, blah blah blah. So I'm excited to get my daughter's account set up so that I can start testing it with hers and going back and forth and seeing the different, you know, the differences that I'm trying to put in there.
And there's legalities to the age, right? So
Exactly.
it helps control that if ever needed. It's like, oh, you can't have minors having access to this, or in certain regions, if they're under this age, they aren't able to use these features. It's like, okay.
And that's what I want to make sure that we can accommodate that sort of thing. So I have that going into the very sort of fabric of your sign up, because then you can't go back and change it for one. Because once somebody realizes that there's an age limit and they can't see certain things, then they go try to figure out how to change their age. So that's why I want to make sure that's just an afterthought. Well, way too late after you made the decision to put your actual date in.
And then people are still gonna just create a new account.
But then they have to buy another game.
Or is it only one account per game?
Yeah. I mean, you can use different usernames, but it's one license for the game.
Yeah. But
you can do other accounts, but your account is when you buy the game.
So like
you're not going to be able to make other accounts because that negates the point of the sell the game. That makes it free to play again. It gives you the free to play entry. Does that make sense? The free to play reset, I should say. Where it's like someone cheats, they get banned, and then they just start a new account.
Yeah.
The paywall is meant to help against that, so we're not going to allow usernames to bypass that.
Yep, makes sense.
Because realistically, the client's probably going to be free to download, like buying your account, not necessarily the game. I mean, it's a dedicated server game. We're also not giving you most of the code, so let's not fool ourselves into believing we bought a whole game. I guess it's going to be an online game, right?
Yeah. And then if ever we shut it down, we give it the code to allow people to launch the dedicated server.
Yep.
Make that open source. That's always been
Yep.
the retirement plan of it. If ever we have to retire the game, we give the open source the code, so if someone wants to stand up a fan made one, they can.
Exactly. But that wouldn't happen until either hardware gets way out of reach or the fan base gets really low.
Exactly.
And even then, I mean, as long as we had more than 80 people to play with, I'd probably keep it going for a long time.
Agreed. Or at least just be like, here's the transparency. If the input drops below this number, we have to shut it down.
Well, yeah, I guess it would actually come down to the server cost, right? So if we're not finding a good way to loop the revenue back anymore, then we have lots of plans on how that's going to automate after a while.
So it would be around this time that people would be wanting to exit the map.
Yes.
Like you see
now is when things will get more hostile. The things that you've been provoking throughout the match will start to get more dangerous. And as people depart that will create openings for PvP to arrive, PvP players.
Yeah.
See, it's funny because 3 times we spent 45 minutes wandering around.
And I could do it again.
I know. I know. That's why I do this before bed every night. Like, catharsis. Yay. Which might not feel so fun after there's a giant monster that comes and eats me. I don't know. We'll see.
Then you just make it spawn at nighttime.
How long into the night can I survive? No. But I'll have to expose your health first. Which currently lives on your player. It just isn't exposed. Funny part is the islands are all like rounded, so I'm pretty sure I'm getting turned around a lot more than I realize. Like, I think I was following that the whole way.
Yeah, I just start climbing. I'm like, I don't know where I am anymore. I'm climbing.
Yep, I gotta go up. I gotta get some lay of the land again. The stones are easy to see far enough away. Those have a nice glow to them.
Yep. Which is good, because they're the exit points, right? At least right now.
Well, I mean, they're not really exit points right now either. There's just no point in exiting right now. So we'll get there. We'll exit when we can exit with stuff.
So if I click to climb while I'm already climbing, I let go, right?
No. Spacebar, let's go.
Okay. So
If
sometimes
you click to climb, it tries to climb again. So if you're disconnected between the server and the client, try clicking again and it might sync up.
Yeah, I was just curious because sometimes it's like I'm falling and I'm trying to grab onto something, and then it looks like I'm gonna grab and then I stop and I'm like, is it because I'm spam clicking?
Well, you do sink down a little bit when you grab, but it also might need to just extend some of the traces out so that you have a better chance of grabbing. Then again, it could all tighten up quite a bit once the terrain's been updated. It's hard to say. Right now. A few things we can do though.
Mm-hmm. I do think after this one's done though, we should call it a night. It's getting late.
Yep.
Getting tired.
Yeah, I Twitch set up to tell me when it's 9 o'clock. That's it. That's it. Just gonna disappear. No.
No buys, no nothing. No thank yous, just disappear.
Those are pretty.
I'm also like walking around expecting to find like an obelisk for some reason.
An obelisk?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just feels like it's the right thing in here. Nice black marble obelisk. You're like, noted.
Written down.
And then it'd be really cool if it glowed at night. Like had like some sort of purple glow coming out of it at nighttime. Maybe not purple, blue. I don't know what color. I haven't decided clearly, but some glow. Red feels too angry.
Okay.
I feel like the obelisk would be something neutral.
I mean, a black obelisk, all I think of is the Necrons? Yeah, Necrons from Warhammer. So I'm thinking green makes sense, but
Oh, that works.
then again, our current stones already have a green light, so might have to change it up. No, I should put the obelisks underground.
Ooh, that would be a good place to put them.
What if you walk past one of the doorways and saw a big obelisk sitting down there, or a big cave entrance, and you see an obelisk stand, like peering up above rocks that are clearly not obelisks?
I would like absolutely feel required to go check it out.
Right? Okay. Okay.
And then you
Worth
get in
thought.
there and you see all those little flowers.
And then get attacked by a rock monster.
Yeah. I have no health, so nothing bad happens, but it just like launches me across the room.
No. When I insert the monsters, you will be able to die. That's gonna be the order of operations is expose health, create monsters, then weapons.
I
want
think
you
it
to
should be the other way
fearful of
around.
the world.
Put monsters
Uh,
have no consequence to the monster other than you get like ragdoll beat. So you're flying
knocked, knocked back to the start.
Yeah.
No, I want you to be fearful of the world before you feel empowered in it. I will load up the starting island with with all the POIs so that you can see what there is out there.
I like that.
Start doing that so that we can have a better idea.
Because that's when this session ends. Miranda just got back from being out with some friends.
Hi, Miranda.
Just,
Two fingers. That's what I get. Oh, 3 fingers.
3 fingers.
Ah, he's a bunny rabbit. I knew there was one in here.
You did. We were talking about a bunny being in here. Turns out it was me the whole time.
He's been right there, just hiding his ears.
No, it's nighttime. Yeah, our lights don't light. There's
They become
no
visible. That's
damage.
a good start.
Yeah, no damage at all. So it's okay to fall off cliffs.
That'll be the first time you discover there's damage.
It will be 100%. I will jump off a cliff and get completely destroyed and be like, oh, okay.
Well, and I'll probably start there with some of those UI things we were talking about. So it'll actually be programmed already to toggle on only when you take damage to get started. So you won't even know you have health until you do take damage.
I'm laughing at both of you right now. This is terrible. Oh my god.
Is she saying the same thing?
No, she was leaning on my computer and she put her arm up and then noticed that it was right next to the power button. And she's like, imagine if I turned off the power. Just
I like that we both troll you at the same time. She's like, what if I shut your computer off? And I'm like, what if you didn't know you had health right now?
And then I'm like, I should just hit exit on my backpack.
I'm out of here.
Something about my model did not like that area.
Oh, interesting.
I was like trying to climb and I was on the water and waves were bouncing and then my arms just stopped working and I'm like, okay.
I found one of those points earlier. I'm not sure. I'm guessing the water layer is coming up through the collision layer that's letting us walk. But I don't know. We'll figure that out. Well, there's not going to be a collision layer later, so. I'm stuck in a hole.
So I would say priority is getting that orb of light working for the darkness.
Okay.
I think that's a priority task.
Darkness, my old friend.
Because
Super easy now that I've got it replicating properly.
yeah, because it will make a big difference on stream quality, because I imagine
Mhm.
at this point it's not the most lovely of things to watch.
Especially when I'm in this hole. There we go. Now you can see the horizon again. Now's the time to discover something you can't climb to in time.
Not anything in any amount of time. All I need is the will.
It doesn't matter if I have 6 minutes, I'll find it in 5. I've decided.
What do you mean by pry 1, pry 2, and how many story points?
Priority 1,
Yeah, I know.
priority 2. And how many story points?
My job is just to give him work. His job is to figure out which ones are worth doing.
It's just to keep on working. Look at that. Look at that sky. Slide on by. I don't know why it twitches. It must be a replication thing.
I will say, I know you're talking about fixing it, but I really like how the water glows.
Okay. Well, I'll play with it and see what we can find.
Yeah, like I really like how it feels like it's illuminated underneath. And that there's some sort of light source under the water. It makes it feel so, I don't know, foreign. Like there's bioluminescence underneath.
Okay. I like that. What if, as you were admiring the light, all of a sudden you realized it was kind of starting to center on you, and then a giant anglerfish came up and got you?
I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that. Jump
You're like,
scares.
oh, that was neat. That was neat.
After I scream. First scream.
I may have peed myself a little bit, but that was delightful.
Not usually the combo I'd want. Put that in.
No, your buddy's never built you a game before. Time to try new things.
Next session, it's like, don't worry, I'm prepared. I have adult diapers.
I'm wearing my brown pants and we're okay. What's that? What was that joke when
Just
How I Met Your
dancing
Mother?
with yarn popping into my stream and off.
Where is it?
Oh, hey, I found the Rhino Mountain again.
Ooh, congratulations. I love that you found one that looks like a rhino before I started putting ones in that look like things.
I hit the print screen button.
That's kind of always part of my plan.
We'll see how it goes. Maybe it gets got mad at me. Maybe it'll work. Oh god, I thought the moon was a planet too. Yeah, we're not calling it a moon. It's another planet. Lore confirmed. You heard it here first, folks. That's no moon. That's a planet.
That's a planet. No, it's a space station.
I'm a fire in my laser.
At the end of 45 minutes, the laser fires and everyone dies.
That's what happens on May 4th.
Yeah.
Oh, you
That's
should
the
just come in
ending
and
for
show
day.
that. Like, make people jealous. Look at all these Pokemon card packs that Miranda found.
Woo!
A fully operational battle station.
I've always wanted to get one of my butt cheeks tattooed as the Death Star. That way, when I moon people, they'll be like, "Look at that moon." I'm like, "No, it's a space station."
The Lapras packs. Nice.
Hey, Maple, I've got a joke for you. What does Boba Fett and Marty McFly have in common?
That's okay. I am too. I'm just not showing it as much right now. No one's biting a joke. But now you know
Not sure.
how
Nope.
big of a delay there is telling a joke.
So, what they have similar is one is a Mandalorian, and the other one is a man in a DeLorean.
Also, Maple Miranda says hi.
Oh, I saw you.
Where? Where are you?
You were on top of a rock.
But where are you?
I was like, I'm on the water. I was looking at the rock. I'm like, that's weird. I don't think anything should spawn on top of rocks. Like, what is that? And then you moved. And I was like, okay, it's Jeff. We're good.
Bonsai.
Oh, no worries. It's also jokes and streams, so I understand there's delays. We're all doing stuff here. Final test, Jeff. When we go back to the lobby, hit the escape button.
Okay, turn around. We must meet up before we leave.
Okay. The test is that if you leave, it should stop the timer. I haven't tested that yet.
Hi.
Howdy.
What's the likelihood of us finding each other on this map?
I mean, it took 45 minutes, but we did it.
Yay! Woohoo!
Yeah! Yeah!
You're clicking. Oh. Back to lobby.
Oh,
So hit escape
we're
now.
leaving. No, not yet. Wait till we get to the lobby.
Okay, I'll just open my inventory. I'll just open my inventory. Don't worry.
Actually, that's a good question, too. Ooh, I got a lot of sticks.
Yes, so do I.
I wonder what happens if my inventory's open when it goes back. We'll find out.
I won't.
I will.
I
We'll
won't. So once we're in the lobby,
I mean, it's not meant to take care, like, get rid of it. Okay, now
So-
go ahead and escape.
escape. Escape doesn't work. Alt F4.
What I put it didn't work. Oh, it's so much better. We finally were going to use it properly and it wasn't working. But it stopped the timer, so that worked. That was great. Good test.
The exit only worked when it wasn't supposed to.
It only works when it breaks things. Good to know.
Oh, I love it.
Yeah, that makes sense. I think I put it on the wrong component. Okay. Lots of fun. Let's write some stuff down. All right. So we had a lot of great discussions about UI.
Yep.
Ultimately, my desire to make it super customizable for each person sounds super popular. I really like this idea of opening your full view and then choosing what you can keep out. So that's going to be a fun thing to wrap my head around. Yeah. And then I've got a good number of notes. I will check out New World's fishing system so I can see what's going on there. I'd love to. Because I'd love to have a nice fishing system. The one of the benefits of fishing, of course, is that it's a super chill activity, but that's where I find most games don't do the mini game justice because it's either too hectic or too lazy or something in between that doesn't really fit. So we will check out how New World does it and see what we can do. I like that. I like that a lot. Thank you, Manly, Maple, Lothar, for being here. Really appreciate you guys. Your support is amazing. We're going to be doing this every Friday. And stay tuned because in the next couple Fridays, we should be able to start adding other people to help us out, testing more things. But until then, we very much look forward to hanging out with you guys. It's a lot of fun.
Take it easy, everyone.
Oh, and Jeff's quickly wrapping that up. So you guys have a great night, fantastic week, and we'll catch you here next week. Anything else, Jeff?
Bye.
Yeah, I knew he was going to say that. Bye, guys.